Let's settle down for a second so I can talk to y'all for a second. I got a problem. The day before I got on the plane to come out here, me and my girl broke up. Yeah, we broke up. Something we shouldn't have broken up over, but it is. It is what it is. We broke up, and here I am in Ethiopia tonight. Question. Is there anybody out there single?
This is a sick Negro.
Else right now. You gotta be single. You gotta be single. Single ladies, put your hands in the air right now so I can see you.
This is a sick Negro.
Single ladies, single ladies. Now, I would like to get to know you and talk to you and have a drink or something, and we can just have something to eat and just... But at the end of the conversation, I'm going to want you to come back to America with me. I know I am. So you got to be willing to split the difference.
Stop it. Get some help.
In Ethiopia. But it's so hard to get back and forth, Problem. How am I going to get you from Ethiopia to America?
God! And I'm on hard! God!
This is a sick Negro.
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
God! And I'm on hard!
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Girl, would you like to come back with Rob to America?
What happened?
Do you have your passport? Did you get your shots? Who wants to come back with us to America? To America.
This ninja's sick, man. I know I got the swap list, right? I got the you know what list. I gotta make a deviant list, like a sexual deviant list. And Robert Kelly is definitely on that list. Talented, super talented, king of R&B, yes, all of that. But that, I guess it's part of the genius of him, right? Yeah, R. Kelly, Trey Songz, Stephon Diggs. Who else am I missing on the deviant list? On this, who else am I missing? I'm missing somebody else. Diddy, right? What's up with Pyro, man? What's up, man? Let me hit this image real quick. Let me hit this image real quick. Let me bring her up. Let's bring up a picture of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. I don't know if it's showing. There we go. One of the things, if you notice, if you really zoom in on the picture, you see in the middle, it shows her chain. And her chain, if you do like a full screen on it, it says Dr. Bryant. And usually the people that are very adamant about, them calling them a doctor and you need to respect my degree, they usually are not that big of a deal intellectually, spiritually, intellectual, all of that. But the ones that are actual, like, there are actual PhDs at what they do. They actually have the right certifications. They went through all the the processes the right way. Those guys, they'd be like, "Oh, don't call me doctor. Just call me Bob, or just call me, just call me Sean." And it's almost like you got to convince them, like, "No, we have to call you doctor." There's a guy that has been helping me on the side, who's been an extra mentor to me, um, who's really gone out of his way to really help me out. And he's a doctor. He has a PhD in music. He's a professor and all of that. Organist, great musician, all of that. And he's just like, no, just don't, just call me this. Just don't call me doctor this. And I'm like, no, I'm gonna, this is he but that's her brand. That's her brand. So from now on, since it's official now, it's very official. We can just call her Miss Cheyenne Bryant. Not what's it? Not no doctor, nothing. That's a disrespect to the people that actually have actually done it the right way. The men and women that have done it the right way, that have the proper licenses, that have the proper credentials, right? No more lifting up of clout chasing demons like these so-called Dr. Cheyenne Bryants of the world. We must stop. Because that little explanation she gave on the Breakfast Club yesterday is almost the equivalent. I saw it in the comment section. It said it's the equivalent of the dog ate my homework when they asked her like basically where's your credentials, where can we find your credentials, where are your like Corey Holcomb said, where are your colleagues, right? Where's your dissertation, you know what I mean? In fact, why did I've never heard anybody ask her this. Why has nobody ever asked this so-called Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, right? Why has nobody ever asked her, like, where's your graduation photos? Where's your, because you already know, especially with black women, they anytime they get some kind of a degree or a certification, they be taking all hell of hell of a lot of pictures, and they make sure they put it on display everywhere, even if it's a PhD or even if it's a master's in Black African studies or something. You know what I mean? They gonna post it. So where's your pictures? Where bruh? No graduation photos. But she is kind of pretty, right? She's the type of I said this, like, when it comes to black women that black men like to be attracted to or like to be around or try to get with. It's the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant types because she has the body type. She is light skinned. She has a decent enough face, right? And now, especially since she is on the older side, it's an easy lay. You know what I mean? So that's why she's been able to get away with what she's been able to get away with for so long. And shout out to Corey Holcomb, because it wasn't, not only it wasn't just on Cam Newton's show that Corey Holcomb first called her out. He's called her out even back in the days um when Dr. Cheyenne Bryant was on the Zoe Williams show. Corey Holcomb called her out back in like 2018, 2017. So because he understands the dynamics. Zoe Williams had brought up the point that she was like the president of the NAACP chapter or something or whatever, and Corey Holcomb was like, Zoe, when you told me this, I wasn't surprised, because that's a bad beach. Meaning he knows that when you got a girl that looks like that has just a little bit of talking skills, she knows how to sell herself a little bit, she has a little bit of credentials. Believe it or not, sky is the limit, especially if you're pretty. If you're like, say, if you're a pretty woman and you have like, good energy per se, you don't even have to have good energy. If you're a pretty woman, you can go far. You can go far. Right? Now imagine, like, say it now, imagine if you're a pretty woman and you have great energy and you have great talking skills. It's literally like, to say sky's the limit would be a massive understatement in terms of moving up in the industry. You won't even have to sleep with executives, believe it or not, if you're pretty enough. It's the mids that have to never mind, that's a whole other story, right? I don't want to get people, upset. Pyro says we need to call out frauds like that because we need to see the proof that you're actually what you say you are. And then Pyro also says she looks fun. Exactly. She's fun time. This is why, even, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, she'll brag about basically being a fun time girl for quote unquote men of status or men with some type of money. Women say these things like it's a flex, or you'll even have like BWs in general. They'll talk about being proposed to 12 times and not accepting any of them. They're the queens of being proposed to but not accepting it, or not, or the engagements falling through is the funniest thing. Oh man, but that's exactly what she is. She's fun time. She's a little plaything. You know what I mean? And she can't even be like, from my vantage point, I know she's not that tall. She's probably like she's 5'5" max. She's gotta be max 5'6", 5'5", 5'6" max. Right. But let me bring up an old video from about a year or two ago. Corey Holcomb had went a little viral when he went on Cam Newton's podcast and questioned, Dr. Sheehan's, the so-called Dr. Cheyenne Bryant's, credentials. But let me see if I can actually bring up the clip, because it was actually a very powerful clip, and it has aged like fire. Let me share the clip with you guys. I love this clip. I really should clip it. But right here.
And I'm not gonna sit up here and act like, yo, what doctor or that shit.
Well, why would you call her a doctor, brother? I'm not saying your platform is fake at all. I'm just saying when somebody say Dr. Bryant, it irks me. Where's her colleagues? Where's she a doctor at? Because I've done the research.
And it was what?
I don't see doctor nowhere. If some
oh man. I should really clip that. Anytime like I do a Dr. Cheyenne Bryant live stream, I should just have that clip ready to go. Just Corey Holcomb talking about it. Because I just remember him saying that, and then that video going viral, and then him basically getting ripped from B-dubs. Now it's interesting. Now basically everybody's now turning on Cheyenne Bryant. And the only reason why they're turning on her is because she said what she said about having a license and not needing a license to do what she's doing, where she basically snitched on herself. So it's interesting, but they're never going to say that Corey Holcomb was right. There's certain people that actually have a pulse on the society. They just don't want to give them their credit. Like Orange Man, with all of his faults, with all of the faults of Orange Man, you know what Orange Man has a pulse on? How broads react with certain with men with money and power. That's really why they're mad at Orange Man. It's really not. They could tell you, they say, "Oh, I hate Orange Man because he's racist and all this stuff." No, 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 no. Those same white girls, they've seen plenty of racist white dudes growing up. And they'll sleep with those guys. It's not that. It's unfortunately Orange Man kind of unfortunately showed the bitter truth about how America, especially American women, but women in general, react around men with money, power, fame, and status. XVY Jay-Z says, "Yo, did you see Abba has a second baby mama ex who deleted their kid together? CGA did a stream today on it. We literally said this would ruin his good guy image if more of his exes expose him." Yeah, because last night that's what we were talking about. Well, I kind of mentioned it at the end about the second woman coming through. I didn't really mention much about it, but I said that there was there was a second woman that came through. Now I said this though specifically: if a third woman comes through and says the same thing that the first two said, he's beat. Don't let it be two more. Don't let it be another two coming through. Don't let it don't let it don't let it be two. Don't let it be two. Pyro says it's true. Even YouTubers who can't stand Orange Man, the day he has a chokehold on their necks. He says it's true. Even YouTubers who can't stand Orange Man, say he has a chokehold on their necks. Ha ha ha. Oh, he says I keep laughing. Copa Approach says, funny enough, this is Cam's most normal non-sus outfit in a while. Well, when he did that interview with Corey Holcomb, you got to come correct. Because you already know, Corey. Anytime Corey sees anything a little bit suspect, he's gonna go back on his his podcast. He's gonna be like, "I detected moisture." He's gonna go on one of his rants. So when you have a guy like Corey on there, you got to make sure you come in and you better look straight. Because we know how Corey is. Like if he if he detects a little bit of moisture, a little bit of softness, and then you guys have a disagreement, he's gonna start. He's just gonna go in on you, right? So Cope Approach is funny enough. That's the one that I clicked. But yeah, shout out to Cope Approach, aka Stefan, in the chat. Yeah, and that's true. Like I wish Cam would wear more normal stuff like this. In my opinion, like that's more of a normal look. They be roasting Cam in the comments. I remember somebody said this dude looked like a cat in the hat. They be roasting my boy Cam in the comments. I can't even save him. Like I remember somebody said he looks like, and he looked like an exact colonial patriot from 1776. Because these outfits that Cam be wearing in them hats, oh my god, I'm just like But I got, like I said, I have a lot of respect for Cam Newton's playing career that I let a lot of this stuff slide, but I can't even save him when it comes to his choice of apparel. I can't save him, Oh man. He says, then explain the ankle bracelet. Oh, he does have the ankle bracelet. Oh my God. Shout out to Laurette Hamilton in the chat. Shout out to Laurette Hamilton in the chat. Oh man, shout out to Laurette Hamilton, man. She always comes in at the most interesting times when I least expect it, and then she'll point out something. I'm like, oh, I can't even deny this. I can't even deny. I can't give him a pass. Because I would have told, like, if I knew Cam, I would have told him, hey, bro, take that off, man. Just take off that. Maybe it's, the Caribbean background in me. You see something like that. Take that. Like, if you see a man with an ankle bracelet, you're like, come on, man. Just. Cope approach said, I ain't even peeped the anklet. Yeah, I didn't even see it until she pointed it out. And now I'm like, oh, golly. Cope approach says, I'm chilling. Yeah, that anklet, bro. Pyro says, Kim looks like he does a lot of voodoo. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, somebody, yo. I would have sworn somebody said it like in the comments that they said that Cam Newton looks like Papa Legba or something. That shit, that's like that's like a voodoo deity. That's one of the deities in the voodoo religion. Like that was just cold blooded work. I'm gonna give you guys, first of all, let me give you a visual of who I just mentioned. Let me see if I can bring up. Oh man, this is crazy work. This is crazy work. This is crazy work. I'm not even trying to diss, man. Look at this right here. This is what I'm talking about. Yo, damn, that's outright dirty, man. That's outright dirty. Yeah, Willy Wonka. I saw somebody say Willy Wonka, but I would have sworn somebody had said that in the comments. They said he looked like Papa Legba from the American Horror Stories, or was it from the Voodoo religion? I was like, oh, y'all wild. This is some wild work. This is wild work. But yeah, they be. But I remember somebody said the colonial patriot, the actual colonial patriot. Oh, I remember somebody said Lil Uzi. He said he dresses like Lil Uzi, just with a hat on. They be roasting Cam with his outfits, man, and I can't defend it. Oh man, yeah, but anyways, let's leave that alone. Let's leave that alone. But I gotta clip this. This is a perfect clip, isn't it, guys? Watch this. This is a perfect clip. A perfect clip.
I don't want my platform to be fake. That's
Well,
shit.
why would you call her a doctor, brother? I'm not saying your platform is fake at all. I'm just saying when somebody say Dr. Bryant, it irks me. Where's her colleagues? Where's she a doctor at? Because I've done the research.
And it was what?
I don't see doctor nowhere.
That is a perfect clip. Anytime I talk about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, just have that ready to go. But man, I can't believe I did not see that ankle bracelet until now. God, Cam, take that off, man. I remember I saw like I remember I saw like one of these Haitian dudes. He was reacting to Kodak Black wearing some type of some sandals that like a Haitian man would wear, and he was going in, and then at the end of it, he said, "Oh, come on, Kodak Black, take that take that ankle bracelet off, man." Oh man. Somebody said, Doctor. Dr. Facilier from Princess and the Frog. Let me search that up. Let me search that image up. Oh yeah, somebody said like the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. I don't know what's that. What's that rabbit that be holding up that time watch? They be going in on Cam. That rabbit that be holding that time watch. I think that's the rabbit from the rabbit from Alice in Wonderland. I could be wrong, but yo, I'm looking at what's it, Dr. Facilier from Prince, from what's it, the Princess and the Frog. Oh, that's wild work. This is wild work right here. Look at this, guys. I'm gonna share the image with you. See if I can share that image. That's crazy work. Let's see if I can share that image. It's a Reddit post. That's this is something Cam would wear though. It's not even, that's not actually not even an exaggeration. This is something like that Cam would wear. That, yeah, I could see Cam wearing this easily. Yes, this is, he's dressed like Slickback from the Boondocks. Yeah, Alice in Wonderland, that rabbit. Yeah, the rabbit with the timepiece and the bow ties. Somebody said that Cam looked like that. I was like, God. I'm talking about like you just go on one of these podcasts or where he's wearing one of his outfits, and it's just the comments are just roasting him. Oh man. He said he looks like he's going to say it's magically delicious. Let me see if I can bring up that rabbit with the timepiece. See, rabbit with the clock meme. Yeah, yeah, yeah. This is it right here. This is that wild work right here. This is wild work. See, open image, a new tab. This one right here, the rabbit. Man. Oh yeah, I remember somebody said Jiminy Cricket. Man, they was going in on Cam. Yeah, they said Jiminy Cricket. They said he looked like Jiminy Cricket. Yo, I was somebody said Jiminy Cricket. And they said the peanut from the what's the Mr. Peanut guy on the what's on the peanut container? What's that guy's name? The Mr. P, man, they was going in on this man. Oh man. Cope approach says Cam is just a Wonderland rabbit in a 6'5" generational quarterback's body. Yeah, Mr. Peanut, that's his name. Yeah, Mr. Peanut. Because he literally dresses like that. He just like, oh man. One of the funniest debacles though I've ever seen from Cam is when those guys, remember those guys that is these are the adults, the adult coaches try to fight Cam in front of those kids. That was one of the funniest things I've ever seen in my life because they try to jump Cam and they just couldn't. He didn't even lose his hat. And it was people in the comment section like, yo, this is a bad look. Why Cam Newton fighting kids? I'm like, no, those are adults, guys. Oh my God. Just basically imagine Django Unchained, but him being like 6'6", but with muscles. Remember that suit, that blue suit, that when he was on that horse? Just imagine that, but just like a 6'6" ninja. Oh man, with some goofy ass glasses, and then just some random, 5'9", 5'8" dudes trying to take him down. Like it literally looked like a bunch of like little. You see how like you see those videos, those National Geographic videos of those lions trying to take down the elephant, but they can't take it down. It's that's what it looked like. It was just it was funny. Those comments killed me. They're like, man, why is Cam Newton fighting those kids? Oh man, Cam Newton, he's a mutant, man. I'm sorry, that boy a mutant. He's first of all, he's not 6'5". He's bigger than 6'5". He's at least 6'6". He's not 6'5". He's bigger than that. Like you know how like they list Derrick Henry at 6'2". Derrick Henry's not no 6'2". He's at least 6'4". At least 6'4". It's just like those guys, they'll lie about their height so their coach doesn't put them at a different position, you know. No, Copa Pro. You said it was 2 or 3. It was like 6 people. I might be exaggerating, but I know it was at least 4. It was at least 4 dudes trying to jump him. They couldn't even bring him down. It was like, nah, like it was funny. That was way too funny. That was way too funny. It was like 4 or 5 or 6 dudes. I'm gonna look up the video. I'm not gonna show you the video. I just want to count how many dudes it was. No homo. Let me see if I can find that Cam Newton gets jumped. Let me see. I just want to see how many ninjas it was. Yep, it was 4 dudes. I see 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. And there was 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it was 6 people. Because it started with 4. I'm watching the video right now. It started with 4, and then more people started trying to come in and trying to jump him. And it was funny. I'm like, how his hat don't fall? I'm like, how does Cam? How is he not hitting the ground? I'm like, yo, I'm like, y'all better. I know them football players are retired, but those guys, we forget, like these are gladiators. Stop playing. Like stop playing. These are former gladiators. Okay, like these are not no regular people. Like if people considered Cam to be big, like other football players considered him to be a pretty big dude for his position, or just in general. So you got to take that in mind. You know what I mean? It's like, bro, let me see. He said, yeah, he do look 6'6", 6'7". Yeah, Cam Newton 6'6". He lies. He like I remember he'll say he's 6'5" or 6'4". He's 6'6". Henry, they said Henry was listed at 6'3" before, I believe at most. Yeah, Henry 6'4". Henry 6'4". Ellis is here, says Chris Mike says Cam was attacked by Lilliputians. What are those? What are Lilliputans? Let me look that up. I see what you mean. Lilliputans. That's a classic from Gulliver's Travels. Okay, and I'm looking at the image. I've seen this before. That's classic. Let me share the tab with you guys. Lilliputans are a fictional society of tiny people averaging only 6 inches in height, from Jonathan Swift's 1726 novel Gulliver's Travels. And then you look at the picture of them, trying to capture the giant over here. It's funny. That's what it reminds. Like, yeah, this definitely reminds me of that. But they didn't bring him down. They didn't. Cam Newton, he didn't fall. They tried so hard, but they could not bring him down. He was still dominating the fight, even though he was jumped by 6 to 7 people. It was incredible. That wasn't that was like, you don't like, that's just interesting to me. But the comments, I will never forget the comments. They were literally like, why is Cam fighting these kids? I'm like, nah, these are regular adults, bro. Oh, Reaper's in the building, man. Shout out to Reaper. Um, let me see if I could put the link in the chat real quick. I'm bring Reaper on. Let me see. Let me read these chats. He said Cam hats are attached to his body. He said that thing will never hit the ground. He says also Cam may have took punishment, but he probably aged better than most non-QBs. Whoa, all you like if you're a black dude and you take and you stay in shape, you'll age better than most. Like Mad Max. There's a guy that his nickname was Mad Max. He used to play for the Houston Rockets. He literally still looks exactly the same as he did in the 90s. I think his name is Vernon Maxwell. I could be wrong. Is a very he was a popular like hothead from the 90s. That dude looks exactly the same. Like I'm talking about 30 plus years later, looks exactly the same like he did in his 20s. The only difference is he has a little bit of gray in his beard. Just a little bit. It's just really no difference. You look at Isaiah Thomas, I'm talking about he's having health struggles, but his face has barely changed. Yeah, Vernon Maxwell from the Houston Rockets. If you look up his picture from the 90s and then today, it's just really not much of a difference. Yeah. No, you're right. You said he played with Hakeem and Kenny Smith. No, so let me just make sure we're saying his name right though. Vernon Maxwell. Yep, Vernon Maxwell. You literally look at Vernon Maxwell from the 90s and then because he was a lot of the time he was rocking the baldy too from the most part. And then you look at him now, there's really no difference. It's almost scary. It's almost like if you look at No Malice from the group Clips. No Malice literally looks exactly the same like he did from the 90s and then today. He actually looks younger today, believe it or not. So there's a lot of, melanated folk, all they and mind you, a lot of those guys are on coke. Like Vernon Maxwell was on that powder, heavy. He was on that powder. So, just some people they just have good genes, man. It is what it is. He said No Malice hasn't aged since the Neptune's first single. I agree. I definitely agree. Oh. By the way, Reaper, if you can, click the link on my Instagram, and then I don't know if I have you on Instagram. I'll send you the link via Instagram. But anywho, see, Ellis is here. It says Vernon Maxwell is the black Benjamin Button. Who's another person? I can bring up. How about even like I know we don't really give him the credit, but has Michael Irvin's face really changed since the 90s? And I'm not trying to like glaze people, but like, yeah, Michael Irvin's face really hasn't changed. Yeah, you can tell like he's older. You can tell, but it's like he hasn't really. It's not really much of a difference. It's really not much. It's really not much of a difference. Especially like when you look at him from like his 30s and then from his 30s and then you look at Michael Irvin in his 30s and Michael Irvin like right now it's not really much of a difference. Oh yeah, Pusha T same way, not much of a difference. Not much of a difference. Who else am I missing? There's a lot of people they just But particularly when you're talking about melanated people, yeah, Chad Ochocinco literally looks the same. Um, all you, if you're a black dude and you stay in shape, you're gonna look younger for a very long time. Let me bring up. Hold on for a sec. Let me bring up my Let me bring up Twitter real quick. I'm gonna bring up Twitter. I want to see if people are addressing, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant. Oh no, they talking about nonsense on Twitter right now. But anyways. I got two. I saved two of these bitches. Why did I save both of these hoes? But anyways. Let me see what we got on my. Oh, let me show you this. This is some interesting stuff, right? Yo, this is some crazy stuff that I'm about to show you. Yeah, Nas is aged pretty well. Oh yeah, Cope Approach. People like if you look at Cope Approach, off first glance, he still looks like he's in his 20s. So some people they just age well. Or some people they just stay, they'll look a certain way at a certain age and then they basically stay like that. Pharrell at one point literally looked exactly the same for like 30 years straight. No joke. There's, what was I gonna say? What was I gonna point out? Oh, this story right here. Before we even get into anything, I don't know if you saw this, but I found this interesting. So there was a story that went viral a little bit. It was uh, a 20-year-old female soccer player who was accused of raping a 14-year-old boy. But the way that they framed it was crazy. I'm talking about not only just the New York Post, but other like well-known, articles, newspaper websites. They had the title like this: Female World Cup soccer hopeful accused of raping 14-year-old boy with braces. So I was just like, why are they mentioning that the boy had braces? Like, why are they doing this? And then I remember even one uh news article site, they posted the 14-year-old boy's face. And I'm like, when did we started posting minors? Like, what the hell? And then people were just like, particularly men, because it was a young 14-year-old black boy. It was men in there saying, "Oh, I don't see the big deal." And I'm like, this is a 20-year-old female with a 14-year-old boy. Like, this is bad. This is really bad. Like, for especially if you're a 20-year-old female, you're a 20-year-old female and you can't find a dude your age, you going for a 14-year-old boy. But that's why, unfortunately, this is why male victims, they never get taken seriously. Unfortunately, because even the men, unfortunately, they don't see that dude as a victim, and they don't see a girl like this. They don't see girls like this. They don't look at her and be like, "Oh, this is a predator." This is a predator. How you a 20-year-old female and you with a 14-year-old high school boy? How's that? How does that even happen? This is a predator, And but then the way the people were making these articles, uh, hopeful accused of raping a 14-year-old boy with braces. I'm like, what does him having braces have to do with anything? Like, what, you trying to say that he's a dork? He's such a dork that he got raped? Like this is nasty work. This is some really nasty work. So I saw that, like, when I saw this article, I got triggered because I was just like, what the fuck does him having braces have to do with anything? Like, that was really, imagine like and then now imagine if you reverse the genders. 20-year-old male, World Cup soccer hopeful gets caught graping 14-year-old. And they won't even bring up it whether it was consensual or non-consensual. He would be locked up. I'm talking about he would be locked up just for the accusation. He would be locked up. And there would be no dudes in the comment section talking about, oh, what a lucky girl. You know what I mean? You're not going to see no girls in the comment section talking about, where were those teachers when I was growing up? But we really need to do something about this, because this is getting ridiculous. Like, you're 20 years old and you were with a 14-year-old dude. How does this happen? Especially as a female, like, you in college with the hoes nowadays want to brag about options and all this stuff, but we keep catching these these new young women. They're always getting caught with younger, like boys, like, and you're just like you're reaching way back. But I remember I sounded the alarms in 2022. I remember seeing, before people started really noticing what the female teachers were doing. I remember in 2022, I thought it was weird that you would have female teachers, or just older females in general, basically bragging about fitting in with, like, blending in with their high school students, or bragging about how, or them talking about how they don't feel like they're an adult. They still feel like they're a teenager. And I just felt that was weird, because I know if a man was saying, hey, I know I'm 26 or 27 years old, but I still feel like a teenager, they would not even allow this guy to be around middle schoolers, let alone high schoolers. Like, they would not even let this a guy like that around kids at any point. But female teachers could, like, make TikToks about it, make, cute little videos about the ish, and I always found it creepy, But this is what they do now. The misandry is so open, where they can just make an article where they're trying to make it seem like this boy, he's a geek, so he should consider himself lucky to be sleeping with a female 6 years six years older than him. This is not like, I cannot get behind this. I cannot get behind this. Oh yeah, by the way, I'm gonna open the panel once I hit the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant topic. In general, I'm going to open up the panel. So make sure, if you guys do join in, make sure your mic's in working order. So you see how Reaper had it yesterday, where he was in a nice small room. He was in an enclosed space. So even though he didn't have a microphone, we were able to hear him clearly. Nothing from the outside was bleeding in. So if you do have things happen in the outside, make sure you have your mic on mute until you're speaking. So that's how we're gonna do it. Because I haven't seen any Instagram notifications. So Reaper's probably waiting for the link. So I'm just gonna open up the panel, like I said yesterday. So once the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant topic happens, I'm gonna open up the panel. But for now, I just want to get some of the stories out the way. Yeah, he said New York Post is so typical. Like it's just the New York Post. It is what it is. Like this is just He's Adam A. Deuce had desensitized to this, you know. And even like I still don't it's dudes. It'll be dudes under the comment section, not 20-year-old dudes, dudes in their 30s, dudes in their men in their 40s, 50s talking about, oh, what a lucky guy. Like the fuck, like this is like they think there's nothing wrong with this until they find like until they find out their 12-year-old or their 11-year-old son is getting hit on by one of these female predators. Like you can't like this is not like how back in the days you can just hire your female babysitter and you could just not have to think about it. You're gonna have to vet your female babysitters like you have to vet your male babysitters. In today's age, you have to do that because these young ladies out here nowadays, these young adult females, they on some different timing. They on some different timing where they could get a man, or they can get a man their age, but they're just like, nah, this is not even out of no desperation. This is not out of this. They're just on some straight weirdo timing right now. Like this is some dangerous stuff. I even saw something. I hope I can bring up this situation real quick as well. So please forgive me if I'm if you might not want to hear, but this is also something that we must consider. We gotta bring this into account. There was a story that also went viral where it was a 28-year-old woman from New York City. She disguised herself as a 16-year-old student to enroll in a New York City high school. So right here, like this is some creepy stuff. Like we really need to be vigilant out here. Here it says creepy 28-year-old woman arrested after posing as a 16-year-old student to enroll in New York City high school for quote unquote benefits. Principal exposed her real Facebook page after students became uncomfortable around her. Right? We're going to read from the article. He says, this story sounds straight out of a movie. A 28-year-old woman is accused of pretending to be a 16-year-old girl so she could enroll in a Bronx high school, and police say she allegedly kept the act going until a suspicious principal started digging through Facebook. Shout out to the principal right here. According to reports, Casey Clausen allegedly enrolled at Westchester Square Academy on April 13th using the fake name Shamara Rashad and claimed she had recently moved to New York from Ohio with her sister. Things reportedly started unraveling after school officials found a Facebook profile showing her real name and actual age. Despite allegedly denying everything at first, the school's principal, Marquise Rich, reportedly confronted her with screenshots from the account until she finally admitted she was not a teenager. Police documents claim Clausen later confessed she faked her identity because a friend pressured her to do it so she could allegedly receive more public assistance benefits. No, you did not do that for no public assistance benefits. You did not do that for that. Let's keep it a buck. You went in there Chad hunting or Tyrone hunting. That's why you went back in there. Let's keep it a buck. Let's keep it a buck here. You went in there posing as a 16-year-old so you can get with boys damn near half your age. Let's keep it a whole stack. Let's not do this. Oh, my friend pressured me to do this. She dared me to do this so I can get some public assistance and benefit. No. If a man did this, they would already know why that man did exactly what he did. like they would know. Now, this, what's crazy? If a man were to do something similar, there's actually many reasons why a man would do that. Like a man, like the first thing I would think of is not even the broads. I would think, oh, he's just trying to join sports and try to dominate so he can get a scholarship and get him some money like that. There's a lot of other, but you're looking at it from the female point of view, there's no reason for you to do what you're doing for public assistance. No, that's not why you did that. Okay, we can continue reading from the article. He says, now here's where it gets even weirder. He says, students at the school reportedly became uncomfortable around her after she allegedly made comments about hiding bodies, according to Bronx River News. The situation got so serious that the campus was temporarily placed on lockdown the day she was arrested. Photos showed Clausen being escorted out of the school in what appeared to be a student uniform, while officers walked her out in handcuffs. She has since been charged with criminal impersonation and trespassing. Reports say she pleaded not guilty and is expected back in court in June. So she was already a weirdo type of broad. Like this is one of like, when you would show like, the 28-year-old virgin, slash pedophile, with the geek glasses and all of that. This is literally that. If you look at her picture right here, this is what a pedophile looks like. Just basically, just imagine the male version, like the male version of this. And if he did the exact same thing, this would be like, oh, I can see him doing that. A bitch like this, same thing, complete weirdo. You can't even have like a broad like this. You can't even have kids around a broad like this. So this is some interesting stuff, right? Yeah, XVY Jay-Z says creeper incel. He says she looks 16 to y'all. Look, man. Hell no. He says women be spawn camping for young chads. And I remember the article I showed you twice where in Jamaica there are concerns of where you have these high school athletes and you have 30-year-old like women in their 30s camping at these spots looking for 17-year-old, 16-year-old, 15-year-old dudes to scout, basically, right? So it's just it's I always just say, just imagine the male equivalent. The male equivalent of like her looks match. If he got even accused of something, even like accused, he probably wouldn't even have left his house. If he got accused of something like that and they plastered his face all over, people would look at him and then they would look at the headline and be like, oh, this makes sense. But a lot of you'll have female weirdos out here, the ones that would wear, remember those girls in high school, they would wear the tails and they would do things like that. They would impersonate wolves and stuff like that, or they would snarl at people, they would hiss at people like they're a cat or something. Like people like that, this is not like a trend, or this is not like, oh, this is just her quirk. Nah, a person like that, you can't allow them around your people. let alone kids, let alone anybody. But people would try to, try to welcome people like that. But if you were a dude that looked a little bit weird, if you smelled a little bit funny, they would automatically isolate you or categorize you as one of these weirdos, or this is a future child molester or something like that. But it's really a lot of women that are going to be like this, and we're just seeing a little bit of a taste of it, because there's no way that you're a 28-year-old woman and you're talking about, oh, I'm impersonating myself as a high schooler so I can get some public assistance. Ma'am, stop it, please. We know why you were there. You need to be thrown under the prison. A public, what we call it, a public demonstration would be nice, but you know how dudes work. They only talk about that demonstration stuff when it's dudes being pedophiles, allegedly, right? But when it's a woman who's inflicting the same kind of potential damage, luckily no kid was hurt under her watch. Luckily she was just so weird that even the kids were like, yo, who is this bitch, you know? But when we're doing that same kind of damage, all of a sudden people want to start thinking. People now, all of a sudden, dudes don't want to be violent no more. It's just it's interesting how this stuff works. So all of this stuff is all performative. And shout out to the principal for catching on, and shout out to the kids for also catching on. XVY Jay-Z says, as Kevin Samuel said, women can be losers too. Yeah. Like this is a loser type, pedophile type woman. That's the creepy aunt. People talk about the creepy uncle. How about the creepy aunt that you're like, kids, I don't think you should, But anyway, B. Watkins says the honorable Southern gentleman conservatives are angry she got caught and request the principal be put in jail. Oh yeah, you be. I can see something like that happening. Oh, by the way, B. Watkins, and people might not like what I'm about to say. This is how I also knew that remember when people were talking about Blue Lives Matter, right? And mind you, I'm not for Black Lives Matter either, because I already know what that organization is. But that whole Blue Lives Matter thing, I always knew that was a joke, right? And what confirmed it to me was remember when that Muslim dude shot that white woman, and I don't know if it was Minnesota, but it was one of the states up north. And when the black cop shot the white woman, yo, his cops, I'm talking about his so-called police buddies, they all turned on him. Nope. I'm like, I ain't never seen no cop testify against another cop like this. I ain't over something like this. I've never seen that in my life. I was just like, what? Oh man. You had news articles saying that the cop shot the perfect woman. I was like, damn. I didn't see no Blue Lives Matter in the comments or none of that. Everybody saying this guy was reprehensible. There's no reason. I was like, oh, okay. I was like, Blue Lives Matter my ass. Where was the Muslims cop? Where was the Muslim cop support? He had zero support. Zero. And I'm like I said, I'm not lying. His colleagues testified against him. I was like, oh, sheesh. I'm like, I guess this is what we're doing now, I guess. Emoji Mr. 4427 said, her almost having a heart attack in gym class should have given her age. He said, can you imagine some of the old school slang words she probably used? And the kids were like, what are you talking about? Yeah, she was probably she's 28, so she my age. So the last time she was in high school, because I'm 27, she's 28. So the last time she was in high school, she was probably talking about teach me how to Dougie and all this shit. She was probably talking about the Harlem Shake. Was it open Gangnam style? She was probably doing open Gangnam style and oh man, she probably thought Snapchat was still the thing, even though Snapchat is still a thing, but she probably was using the Snapchat thinking she was blending in, putting random captions while taking pictures of random people, thinking that she's fitting in. Because when Snapchat was first introduced, or when it was first started getting popular around 2012 or 2013, people were using Snapchat by just like they would just take pictures of their friends while they were in class and then just put random captions underneath. That's what they were using Snapchat to do, not necessarily to send nudes just yet. That was like the following year. You know. Yeah, do the John Wall. Do the John Wall. What? She was probably out here singing Call Me Maybe. She's probably singing Call Me Maybe. She was probably what's that song called? It's Friday. She was probably saying, "Hey guys, did you guys watch the latest episode? Latest episode of what?" we were probably the last. I was that generation. We were probably the last generation of high school students to even reference like watching an episode on TV. Like that died with us. Like after 2016, everything changed. Like we were like, I would say when we're talking about older Gen Z. So when older Gen Z, you're talking about anybody born from 97 through, I'll say 99. That's older Gen Z. All that ish of, hey, did you watch the episode on TV? Like that died with us. Like when we left, when we graduated, and then kids born from 2001, like basically anybody born after September 11th, after 9/11, that's when it's yeah, Rebecca Black, Friday, I knew you were trouble when you walked in. What's that song called? I knew you were trouble when you walked in. What's that lyric? What song is that the lyric to? That sounds so familiar. But anyways, yeah, she was probably. Oh yeah, the what's the challenge called? The mannequin challenge. She probably tried to do the mannequin challenge, and everybody was like, "The." She probably, I bet you she tried to do the mannequin challenge. And Taylor Swift Trouble. So that's what the song is probably called. She did, man, what? Like that's, I mean, wow. But that was probably like she was definitely snitching on herself. Like if you're 28, like you're a dinosaur. But I'll say this. Unfortunately, today's generation. I'll say Gen Z in general. They don't really want to grow up. Same with younger millennials. But I'll say with Gen Z women and younger millennial women, they still think they're teenagers. They still act like teenagers. And their mindset, they still look at themselves as like they're 15, 16-year-olds. Like it's like so when it comes to those women, they really think they blend in. They think they look young for their age. Every Gen Z or every millennial that you women every younger millennial woman or every Gen Z woman that you talk to, they think that they look young for their age. Even though they don't. Even though they don't. B. Watkins says, real men like that don't back the blue, the biggest simps around, the armed wing of the simpocracy. But they don't realize, like, those people, like, the cops are not your friends. They're just, once you understand what the cops are there to do, you'll stop looking at them like, oh, they're basically the janitors of our society. And that's not dissing the janitors. I'm just saying it's like the same way how you look at the janitors, it's almost like, okay, that's just a job that you do. They're the janitors of our society, where basically they're just there to just kind of just harass the average common citizen, and then, if they'll be at night giving people speeding tickets at midnight, dudes trying to, coming home from their 3 to 11 shift. That's what these cops be doing. That's what I be seeing them do. Not really doing much. Especially now when they got these speed cameras. So I don't even know why they're still doing these speed patrols as often as they do, but that's a whole other story. In my opinion, they should only be there just to, like, especially on the high, like, say if they have to catch a criminal that is on the run, that's really should be their job. But for the most part, what I be seeing them doing is trying to catch people coming home from work speeding. That's what I see them do. So once you understand what their job description is, understand their job is really to protect the more highly protected assets in general, and to make sure that their lives are safe. That's really what their job is. To protect really the property of the rich, the ones with the most, the people of society with the most assets, to make sure their assets are secure. That's really their job, but anyways, B. Watson says the ALS and cinnamon challenge. Oh yeah. The Tide Pod challenge. She says $10. She asked if they watched Hannah Montana or if she watched Jesse or Victorious. Because she was born, because they say she's 28, so she's probably turning 29 this year. So she was probably born in 96 or 97. B. Watson says Gen Z women generally don't want to grow up. The amount of them obsessed with cartoons to the degree weak men are is concerning. Yep. They be still watching cartoons. They still, like, it's. Oof. He says honorable conservatives and their so-called honorable values make me sick. Well, it's just a lot of them. They don't really like to be right-leaning and conservative. To me, in my opinion, is the only way, in my opinion. But the people that claim that they're conservatives or claim that they are right-leaning or whatever, they're Republican or they're this, they're just simps. They're just, there's nothing traditional about a lot of them, right? There's only certain aspects to it that what they think it is what they think it is not what it really is. Emoji Mr. 4427, he says, I think they can accept age, because if you accept age, you have to set reality, and if you set reality, you got to accept responsibility for your actions in the past, future, and present. Like, you'll still see these girls, bro. They'd be like 28, 29 years old, and they're still trying to get into the clubs. They be, man, I seen girls, they like they 33, 34, they still going to these open mics. You know what I mean? Like, it is no disrespect to him. I'm like, eventually you got to stop. He says, B. Watson says, I watch cartoons, but I don't obsess with them. And as an entremeter at a fine dining place, I have to act a certain way, more mature. So I tend to be more stern and patient. Oh, yeah. People, unfortunately, they take my demeanor as, oh, I'm like this really mature person. I have my stuff together. I really don't have my stuff together, but it's just most unfortunately when you're out in the wild, people just are so wild that just you being quiet for like a couple of seconds, people are just going to assume that, oh, you're the strict person. You don't do this or you don't do that. You're very disciplined and all this stuff. You're just like, okay. Or, they find out you don't do any drugs or anything. So they just automatically assume that you're like this very responsible person. No, I'm relaxed. I'm not doing anything crazy. But I'll just say this: a lot of the women out there, especially when they get that little when they get that sauce in them, or if they get that coke in them, they start acting plump fool. Especially when they get that liquor in them, they start acting a fool. Emoji Mr. 4427 says, yeah, they be 50 years old trying to get into the club, trying to seduce the bartender so they can get in for free. He's looking at them like, ma'am, you smell like Ben Gay. Please go to the back of the line. It's embarrassing. I'll see like older females in certain bars or taverns, right? And they're still hooking up. Mind you, they'll be those women will be married and they'll still be hooking up in the bathroom and trying to leave like acting like nobody saw them. Like it's a pure mess. Just a straight mess. What time is it right now? 9:48. But yeah, we can go on and on about that. But let's go right back into the Dr. Cheyenne Bryant nonsense, right? Now, I got to be careful with the Breakfast Club stuff because Breakfast Club they don't want people using their content at all. They don't play that. So, Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is going to be asked about her doctorates, the legitimacy of her doctorates. She's going to explain where is it. Basically, when they're asking her, where are your credentials? What happened? Why don't you have this? Why don't you have that? And blah, blah, blah. Why did you say that? Oh, just having a license is just so you can bill insurance and all this stuff. No, 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 no. So she has to basically answer for all of that. And the Breakfast Club is going to basically put her on the spot and she's going to get mad. Not necessarily triggered, but she's just going to lie some more. So I'm going to have that set up. I'm going to open the panel. Like I said, if you do have some things going on in the background, just mute your mic before you speak so it doesn't bleed into the show. B. Watkins says liberalism and conservatism are both simps. They merely have a schism of simping in theology and who can simp better. I agree. B. Watkins also says, at the restaurant, I hate hearing these bitter old women waitresses inserting themselves to the young food runner and waitress conversations, throwing passive jabs and trying to be their friend. Yeah, I see. Yeah, yo. It's just awful stuff. Just awful. Absolutely awful. It's really a shame, man. Like you're And I'll say this, I also blame young dudes for this phenomenon as well, because unfortunately you'll have dudes in their 20s or 30s, they will sleep with older women, you know. And I even advise, like, look, I don't mind dudes doing that, but just be careful with that. Don't think just because you're dating or sleeping with an older woman doesn't mean you're dating or sleeping an actual, like, mature woman with a mature mindset, right? So just because you're dating older women does not mean you're getting a, a woman with more maturity. Just to let you guys know, right? But it's a lot of dudes. They'll still sleep with women like that, and unfortunately, they'll still feel kind of validated. They'll still think they quote unquote got it, you know. But like I said, I'll leave that alone. I'll leave that alone. Cope Approach says I won't be home till 10:30, so guess I'm not joining. It says my background loud as f. Yeah. Because I don't want it to bleed into the show. So you got to, like I said, be honest. And if you do have a loud background, make sure it's on mute so it doesn't bleed in. He said, B. Watkins says older white women are genuinely enough to ruin my day, especially when they start yapping. But yeah, mainly I want to invite people because I've done literally, I think, several live streams on Dr. Cheyenne Bryant at this point. Oh man. So I don't really even want to hear myself speak on this anymore. So I'm gonna put that in the chat. I'm gonna pin it. Oh, hold on. Let me delete this. Let me delete it. Hold on. Let me delete the comment. Let me delete this. I'm gonna say join the discussion on join. Let me type this out. Join the discussion here about the alleged doctor. Oh, I messed up. I messed up. I messed up. Join the discussion here on the alleged doctor. Okay, let me put that little thing here. And we should be good. Right? I'm gonna pin it. I'm gonna open up my live chat. Let me open up my live chat and then pin it. By the way, also, have you guys seen this nonsense on Twitter? I don't know. Is there any men? Sorry, if there's any black men in the chat that could testify to this? There's this thing that's been going around where they said, "Oh, it was a black woman found like a leaked private chat of, I guess, of a white woman saying that this is how you trap athletes, right?" And then and when I first saw the chat, I was like, are you sure that's even real? Like that was like the first thing I said. I'm like, let's because somebody asked me to cover it, and I was like, I don't even think that's real. Then literally, lo and behold, somebody did the research on the account. The account doesn't even exist. This was so I'm like, bro, wait, hold on. So you mean to tell me a black woman went out of her way to create a fake thread of white women talking about how to trap Negro professional athletes. Like this is this is this is just gone, like this is weird. This is beyond weird. This is beyond weird. Because it's been going like this, the thread's been going viral. And I'm like, did you guys even check to see if this was real? Oh man. Let me pin it. Let me go. Sorry, let me enter my own chat and then let me pin it. Let me pin it. Says B Watson says device is not connected, so I'll wait till his device is connected. Cope approach says if I get home early because of the trains, I'll definitely join. Otherwise, I'll just listen. Oh, by the way, I was in New York City the other day. But it was literally the same afternoon that somebody decided to jump. So there was a delay on the subway. So I was stuck on that subway for like 10 or 15 minutes. And then I decided to leave. I found a connecting I found another way. I'll just put it like that. But there was somebody decided to jump. I was just like, Jesus. And then apparently that same morning, somebody actually got pushed in front of one of the subway trains or something. So it's just, you got to be really careful in New York City with these subways and the train. Because if somebody decides to jump, then you got to wait on that subway for like 15 or 20 minutes. And then there's certain places where you have to go. There's only a couple of subways that can take you to, like, say, uptown or downtown or whatever. You got to be really careful. You know? It says Chat GBT and Siri already plotting on the black man. Yeah, it's a text thread that went viral about, oh, this is what white women have a secret group chat of how to trap ninjas. I'm like, first, they don't even need to. White women don't need a group chat. All they got to do is show up. Because I was looking at the thread and I was like, is this even real? And even like the things that they were saying, like how to quote unquote trap the dude or get the guy to be on your side. It was like literally basic things. It was like, you need to cook and clean for him. You need to be nice to him. You're just like, wow. It was pathetic. It was pathetic. And I had a feeling, I was like, don't let this be like the situation. Remember when it was a black woman, she had gone out with this dude and then she lied and said that the guy gave her HIV and then put his address out there to get doxxed, and then lo and behold, she made up that whole text thread. Like, I'm talking about, she made up the whole text thread message that she exposed. She made that whole thing up. Put that poor man's life in danger, put his family's life in danger. I was like, something's wrong with today's women, bro. Something mentally is not, you got to be really careful who you messing with nowadays. You can't, because you can't just, it's like you can't break up with bitches. Oh, Abba's learning the hard way. You can't just you can't just fuck bitches. Now, Abba was a little bit reckless because he was out here skeeting in nurses raw. Well, one nurse, one confirmed nurse, right? So he was out here being reckless, but all that pumping and dumping, they've like, women have successfully circled the wagons where men can't even do that no more unless if they're being completely honest about who they are. Let's add B Watkins to the frame. We got B Watkins on here.
So Chris,
Man, a long time. Last time I think I talked to you was the swap list, I think, or I could be wrong.
this is my first time on this show.
Oh, I'm mixing you up with somebody else, man. But hey, how's it going, man? How's it going?
Well, I've been doing good, just working, hustling, doing some exercise.
Yeah,
And you,
same old, same old. Um,
I hope I
I
don't
think
sound too weird. It's kind of, I'm a bit self-conscious about my voice. Got an overbite.
no, you're good. The fuck? Wait, so what? Somebody gave you shit on your voice?
It's that one time at Undead Chronic, I was gonna join his what is it called? His stream yards. But like a couple weeks prior, he made a fun of Legion of Men for his like overbite. I was like, oh well, I don't want him to roast me too hard about that.
Nah, man, don't worry. But first of all, to get roasted is a rite of passage, right?
Yeah,
Now
it's
I'm
like
not like you know what I mean, but not now me. I'm not a roaster or like a debater. So, but and then on top of that, Chronic, he's gonna roast anybody, everybody.
yeah, I
You
mean it's
know?
like I mean I've already gotten roasted by him, but like getting roasted like on like chat like that, I'd be a little like I mean I like take it because I mean I'd be like, oh I'm so honored. It's under chronic is like roasting me, but the second time I'd be like, ah, dang it, why do you have to go for that one? But then again, I guess it's fair game since I make fun of his simping here and there.
Yeah, it's no big deal, man. Like, because the way I grew up, the way I grew up, everybody got
Yeah,
that smoke.
they got roasted. Like, I mean, I'm not saying I'm innocent because like I'd be smoking people over this. Like, oh, you know about especially when they date gorditas or well, because in Spanish we have like a term for like people who date like really ugly women. They call them the Power Rangers because they only mess with monsters.
Oh, that's a, that's some old school. I haven't heard that shit since I was a kid. Yo, the
Yeah,
fuck?
that's like yeah. I mean, we're pretty close in generation, I guess. You're probably a bit older than me, but we're up there. We're up there.
Oh man, that almost reminds me. I remember when Undead Chronic was he was talking about Andrew Wilson with Torture. Did you see that particular
Portia,
video?
oh yeah, that's been a while. Like,
Yeah.
because I remember, like, I don't think it was like with Andrew Wilson, but Torsia was like coming into like chat like for a while. But I was kind of like one of the first dudes were like telling her that she was like a 304, that she should go back to the kitchen, yada yada yada. I think she just kind of quit because like the war band, we were just like ruthless with her.
Well,
We
no,
just didn't.
she wasn't ready, and I just remember the part where just oh yeah, the topic of Andrew Wilson came up, and Chronic was like, "Well, what did he say? What did he say about Andrew Wilson's stepkids?"
Oh, it was it the one like on his first debate where he did like this opening where he was talking about how he was gonna like
Oh yeah, he said no.
he
He said he had ADD. He said his kids has ADD, all different dads, and I was crying laughing when he said
I
that.
think I remember. It's like I mean, there's been times where I can't catch like certain streams, and I'm kind of lazy. So like it's like weird because like I like Undead Chronic, but at the same time, I like watching him live so I can like mess around with like other warband members. But there's like couple times I'll like rewatch something. I'll be like, oh yeah, that happened.
Yeah, but yeah, that was the torture stream. Oh yeah, and by the way, homie, don't worry about your voice because there was a guy on. Do you know who AJ Rants and Reaction is?
That face sounds familiar. Isn't he like? Was he one of those dudes who like crashed out during the what was it called?
No,
No, it was like
AJ's not a crash out, but there's literally a guy on his panel. He sounds like a fag. Literally sounds like a
I mean,
fag.
like to be
Bro, you
fair, like the majority
bro.
of I mean, with your permission, I don't want to be saying like curse words, saying like bunch of slurs. And get the channel banned.
Oh yeah, sorry, my bad. But look, don't worry about your voice. Like you sound fine. You sound fine. You're good. So no worries, dude. There
All
used to
right.
be some people. There used to be some people that would check in on AJ stream, and I'll be like, "Yo." So, homie, you like you're good. You're good.
Yeah, because the thing that I've wondered about like people who are like gay, that's that's like my main thing. Are they actually like do they actually like talk that way? Like what makes them talk that way? Is it just like some voice they make like subconsciously to find other gay people or like because
Nah,
it's
it's
just
just not,
weird. Like I
well,
think I've
that's
only
just
met like one gay dude, but you would never know he was gay because he's like,
no that well that's just me. That's just me talking shit, you know.
yeah, I know,
I
but
was just
it's just one of
I
those
was just
weird,
nah, I
one
was
of
just
those
because I
weird things. Oh, sorry. Yeah.
no, I was just because I was just saying don't literally don't even worry about that shit. That's nothing. So Pyro in here with the $2 super chat. So I gotta hold on for a sec. Let me find my sound clip.
Donations. 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 Gifts. 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 More gifts. More gifts.
Pyro says, "Does he have a raspy old man's voice?" Nah, it's just I should have not used the word gaff. I should have not
Yeah.
used that. I should have not used the frag. It's just he sounds. Let me. I don't. Wait. Hold on for 1 sec. B Watkins, just make sure that there's an echo on your end, so you might have to mute it a little bit before
Oh,
you talk. But maybe I shouldn't use the word uh
fragger, you know,
frag
it's just
frag grenade.
yeah, no
Yeah,
frag. Yeah, I'm pretty good at making like words for like euphemisms for like slurs, but without like YouTube getting like frag grenades. Like you just remove the R, you got your frag.
but
Don't use
I don't want to be
frag.
too I don't want to be too specific because I'm not dissing the guy, right? But I'll say
Yeah,
this: there's this one dude that I have no love for. It's his name is Martin Ruelas. I refer to him as Rachel's side chick. I do not appreciate how he came on my stream and try to act like there's something wrong with me for assuming that you was fucking Rachel because I felt like you were a little bit too invested. And there's no way I am debating you
I mean
whether or
that's
not Rachel Wilson has 3 bodies or like more than 3 bodies. That should be common sense. And just
I
because
mean
Rachel Wilson's your friend, that does not mean she is the exception, right? So that's my beef. And then on top of that, he made like a whole separate video about me and shit. And to be fair to him, like I said, I'm not the fastest talking person. You know, you got to bear with me a little bit, but don't act like there's nothing to what I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. So
I mean that's like the
I'm
issue with like Sims as a whole. Like they just have like this like chip on their shoulder, like you say, like with the whole Rachel Wilson thing. Like even if the reality is like in front of them, they like make this like delusional idea to like keep like the pedestal of image, and you can explain them with numbers, with graphs, you could show them millions of examples and they'll still be like, well, that didn't happen because you just got it out of context or you don't understand the media literacy about it. And it's just like annoying because like the way I see it, like it's gonna sound offensive, but to me simps aren't really men. They're not really sentient creatures. They're just kind of animals. Even then they're lower than animals. You can't, yeah, like how do you show, like you can teach a dog how to catch something, but you can't teach a subhuman how to think for more than 1 second that doesn't involve like simping, basically.
See, emoji Mr. 4427 says, well, today's women are not getting the attention I used to get in the beginning before the Me Too movement. They were getting catcalled, constant compliments, dopamine. Now they're just ignored most of the time. And that's probably also another reason why they're, trying to get attention elsewhere, even if it's from kids, unfortunately.
And
Uh he
it's
also
like, well, if I can interject there, I think the issue is less that like women are I mean, I don't know how to explain this without sounding like, well, actually, with like the whole like, well, actually type stuff. But like my biggest gripes, I feel like conservatives like just don't kind of understand that just because their women are not attracted to them, like
Oh, B
they,
Watkins. Before you keep going, just no cameras.
oh
Oh, you probably turned it on by accident.
yeah, I was trying to was sorry, it's yeah, I think I turned it on by accident. Did you see
Yeah.
my face or anything like that, or?
No, no, it was just all you were trying to like wipe something. You
Yeah, I
probably
was trying to
pushed
put like
something.
a paper. I'm just kind of paranoid about it, but
No, you're good.
yeah. Anyway,
Um,
yeah, it's just I mean, that's the way like I see it. It's like the thing with like Rachel Wilson and stuff like that. Like they come into like this sphere and they just kind of expect like all men are just like, oh well, they just haven't heard me speak, so they haven't simped learned how to simp properly. So they just so when they come in and they get like pushback, they just don't know how to handle it because like they can go to all these conservative rallies where, conservatives I said are the biggest simps around, and they just don't know how to handle people like Undead Chronic, Hammerhand, or anybody who just kind of like suspicious. It's like same with Erica Kirk. She's just like she just doesn't know how to handle any pushback because she was just so used to her husband being her shield. Now she just doesn't know what to do when there's like when people genuinely question her about her, ideas and what she said.
so emoji Mr. 4427 says if you want to pump and dump, you better get a passport. And Pyro, let me also address that $2 super chat again. So, like I said, that's not maybe that's me being a little bit of a let me not be a bully. So I'm not you Pyro, you probably already know because I've already mentioned it before. It's uncomfortable to hear him speak. Just me personally. It's no disrespect to the guy. He's, probably good. And then he's probably cool, It's just Martin Ruelas I have no love for. Um, emoji Mr. 4427 says, man, Dr. Umar got a bunch of white women locked up in his basement allegedly. Cope Approach says, I just found a working vape on the way home. Like
I will say this, like Dr. Umar, like I got no like real love for him, but at the same time, he, all the stuff he does is like so funny that you can't help but kind of like him. Especially when he goes on his political rants and stuff like that. Especially when he talks about women, he'll be like, "No ice, no spice, no rice. You heard me, my black African queens. No ice, no spice, no rice."
now he's entertaining, like outside of the pro blickety black stuff. I feel like I feel like I could have a conversation with him. Like I think he could have a conversation with anybody. He's an entertaining dude. He is a gifted speaker, but just it's just the shenanigans
Yeah,
where it's
that's
just
like what I
yeah,
noticed like a lot
yeah.
about like all these like not even like pro black, like all pro like ethnic your own ethnicity, like all pro Hispanic or pro white or whatever. Like they're all just kind of in a way charismatic. Like you can't help but be like, okay, I can see why people fall for what he's selling. But at the same time, they just like start yapping about random things that you're like left wondering, okay, what is he on about now? Like
Let me see this. Sorry, somebody gave me a text. But anyways, let me read these. Pyro says, "Wait, I don't know who it is." He says, "Chris, can you leave?" Yes, yeah, Pyro. I'm gonna leave you in the dark on this one. I ain't even go hold you. Let me, because I don't want to put a name to the bro. Because I've said it before on this channel, and I don't want. Because I remember AJ has pulled me to the side and be like, "Yo, why don't you chill on certain dudes, right?" And I'm like, look, you're a decent dude, right? AJ, I got massive respect for him. He's one of the OGs, So anytime if I do a little if I do a little something out of pocket, he'll be like, "Hey, Chris, don't," But it's just this, as every time this guy talks, I'm like, oh man. I just don't want the wrong person like tuning into the channel and then they hear him talk and they'd be like, yo, what kind of channel is this? You know what I mean? Like he legit sounds like one of the gay artists I'd be working with. And I'm just like, oh Lord, I don't know if I could. I don't know if I could keep hearing him. This one specific guy talking, but he's probably cool. It's just probably that's just the tone of his voice. You know, some people just have uh a
A
certain
very
tone.
yeah, they got a
That's-
very zesty voice, you know.
It's not necessarily because it's not because people might think just zesty just means high. No, he doesn't have a high pitched voice. It's just he has a voice where you're just like, maybe does this guy like does he dress up as a fairy at night? And we don't know. Like it's just he just has one of those kind of voices. So it's just maybe it's just me. Maybe it's just me. You know, maybe I listen too much Corey Holcomb.
I don't know. I mean, like I don't like I said, like I didn't like know who Corey Holcomb was before like you started covering that stuff with Anton Simpios, yeah, like everyone's favorite simp on the black manosphere, Anton Daniels. But like from what I've heard, like he's got like some really like more like classic, comedian like takes, like like from what we mentioned, he's not like a sellout like Bill Burr, any of these other so-called comedians who kind of be just like simping out for some more cash.
I like the thing is though, I do like Bill Burr. You know, it's just he's he fucked up. You know, he fell for it. You know, it is what it is. But I will always respect Bill Burr because he did give the information. You know, at one point. So, all right. So Cope approach. He says, at least I think it's working. I'm about to try to charge at home. So for some, Cope. Oh, that's the comment I saw. He says, for some reason I thought Reaper Rail was a Pookie. I didn't know he was educated. You couldn't tell. Nah, Reaper like as soon as I heard Reaper speak, like I remember Reaper because I think because Reaper we connected because of our mutual respect for the 5150 show and Corey Holcomb, but now Reaper I could already tell as soon as Reaper talked, and then he talked about the city that the town that he used to live in. I don't want to repeat the town, and I have great knowledge of the town, in Connecticut. I was like, oh, okay. He knows, like Reaper has the experience, he has the education, he knows exactly what he's talking about, and he understands what the world like really is. Because I'm talking about the county that I live in. It's impaired. Like it's no joke. So as soon as I when I hear Reaper like specific, yeah, when I hear Reaper talk, Jason there was this guy from the military called Jason something. I haven't heard from him in a minute. Him, Doug MPA, AJ, when those guys talk, I listen. You know what I mean? So shout out to Reaper. Reaper's no, that's not a diss though. To the Pookies out there, I'm just saying that Reaper, his thinking is on a his thinking is on a different level. He really should have his own channel, to be quite honest with you. But he has a legit job outside of this, so it probably might proceed that. Emoji Mr. 4427 says, I always want to know what to do. Wait, what do they get out of simping? Every single comment you read on a girl that's attractive is your wife. You're pretty, you're amazing. I don't know what, like when I was 16, or I think I probably was 17 years old. I remember like this one chick I wrote a message to, and it was super cringe. But by the time I was like 18, I realized how super cringe I was. So sometimes some people's how do I put it? Like when they finally realize, oh my God, this stuff is cringe. For some people it takes a little bit longer, for them to mature, to be like, let me not stare at the waitress and think I'm I'm running game on her. Let me not bother the drive-through girl. Sometimes for a lot of those guys, it takes a while for them to realize like those women are not that interested in you. Leave them
Yeah,
alone.
some of those never grow up. Like a lot, how we like as you know, Crying always mentions this about how some simps just can't be cured. Like there's simps who they could be 90 years old, and they'll still be doing the cringy stuff about like, hey, look how much I simp for this girl. She'll eventually fall for me. Which like it's just that that's like the reality. A lot of dudes just never like grow up from that. Like some do, but is like other dudes will. No matter how many times you explain it to them, no matter how many times they get rejected in the worst way possible, they just do not understand how things work.
Okay. He says, I'm sub to age. Cope approach says, I'm sub to AJ, but I don't watch him that often yet. If you guys can, please sub to AJ rants and reaction, because not only is like he's like a legit, I can tell he's an extrovert, but he really is a person that's like he's always trying to keep people together. He's trying to keep the peace. He's a legit good dude. He has a job outside of this. You know what I mean? So everything that you're hearing from him is legit stuff. So shout out, like I said, shout out to AJ. Definitely would, I'll say there's no chance, like there's no, Chris Mike, without AJ rants and reactions. Let me see here. Cope Approach says, I didn't hear Reaper's voice until tonight. I was just judging by the name. Oh, you just judging by the name. Okay. But yeah, Reaper Rel, I can tell like he's definitely some kind of dude that works like a legit like maybe like what was it, like STEM. He definitely has a legit like job where he's doing like legit work. I never even asked him what's his occupation. He doesn't even need to tell us that, but he's definitely a responsible cat. He says the Reaper Rel I met before years ago was a low life and an ex-gang member, criminal with a glass eye who let himself go health-wise. yeah, because anytime you see like you'll see like anybody with a nickname like Reaper, you thinking, oh, this guy's a gamer or he's one of those, X something. You know what I mean? But nah, that's just the name. He says, yeah, now that I hear his voice, he strike me as a STEM major, like an engineer, a developer, a programmer. Yeah, that's from my point of view, same thing. He says, what's AJ's brother's channel again? If you know, I can't remember. Okay, his brother, his name is Doug MPA. So he has a channel as well. Doug MPA, he's definitely one of my favorite people to listen to. He always brings a perspective that I always think I have all of my angles covered, but then he'll bring up something and I'm like, oh shit, I forgot about that. Or sorry, not I forgot about that. I'm like, damn, I never thought about it this way. So I remember he came on here. I really like the exchange, the exchange that him and Reaper Rel had, because they both brought different perspectives and they still kept it respectful. You know what I mean? And they both brought in a different person. They both gave me different ideas about a subject. I don't remember what the subject was, but it was like I should have clipped it. That was a really good exchange. Cope Approach says, thanks. Just sub to him. I couldn't remember his channel name to save my life. Yeah, Doug MPA, man, he's funny, man. But Doug MPA, he has some views, like some really, how do I say it? He has some really like harsh views on certain things where I'm like, oh shit. So just a fair warning to you. So Doug MPA, that's my guy too, right there. That's AJ's brother. Yeah, Doug MPA. Shout out to Adam A. Dude. He's probably subbed to both as well. My favorite channel though right now, I'm not even gonna lie. My favorite channel to listen to right now. Let me see if I can bring up his channel in the meantime. B Watkins, while I'm searching this up, outside of Undead, who's probably your other favorite like content creator to listen to like right now? Because I'm trying
Well,
to bring up this one guy.
well, that's kind of weird because there's like like outside of like manosphere stuff, like only I can only like really watch like Undead Chronic. I'm not trying to flatter you, like be like, oh, suck up. But I actually like really enjoy listening to you because as you gave like I think you cover more like day to day stuff that
No,
happens,
no, no.
like both.
Outside of me. Who else?
Oh,
Yeah.
well, it's just you, Undead Chronic, and that's about it. Like, I mean, maybe it's because I've been busier, but right now when it comes down to like what I watch, I tend to just watch more stuff like chud related stuff. But when it comes to like media instead of like more like manosphere or about gender dynamics, stuff like that, it's more like Synthetic Man,
No,
Wyatt Stagg, Devin
I,
Stess.
I agree in terms of it's probably not good to just only consume, manosphere content. I agree with that. So name those names again. I'm sorry.
Oh, it's like I mean, it's more like chud stuff, if you could call it that. It's more about the culture war thing rather than more of the about like gender dynamics, feminism, masculinity, stuff like that. But it relates in a way. It's more like Synthetic Man. You what else? Wyatt Stagg. It's more about like the symbology of like Hollywood movies and like subversion. Then you got like Devin Stagg, which kind of covers how the politics of movies. There's also Asha logos, which covers like history of Europe. The origins of European subgroups. Stuff like that. Right now, I've also been watching like it's like a Catholic channel. Let me search for it quick, but he's got it's more about like the theology of Catholicism, why it developed that way. It's called Christ the King. It goes in depth about why Judaism and Catholic Christianity as a whole are different, or why there's so much divergence. There's also this new guy called D to the B, which I watch. Those was Type 2 Productions. I watched the Rageaholic or Razor Fist 2, but I like not distance himself because at the end I'm not gonna stop watching him for one thing. But he's like really soft on Trump, and he just kind of whitewashes a lot of the conservatives' antics, like Reagan, who basically sold his country's future just because he wanted to make more money through usury for his boomer buddies.
Nah, that's some interesting stuff. But that's also that perspective. I don't know why people don't really hold Mr. R, the Mr. Hollywood actor. I don't know why people don't hold him accountable. There's a lot of things that got passed under him. Not necessarily as president. I'm talking about when he was I think
Governor as California, because he's the one
yeah,
who kind of him putting that like divorce thing, at fault divorce law in
that really
California is what opened the
that-
gate for worse things on a federal level across the nation.
the drug dealing under him too. Like
Yeah,
he's
and also like conservatives also like when they like be complaining about my immigration, all that stuff, but it was Reagan who caused California to become a blue hole stronghold. Because prior to that, it was like a decently conservative stronghold, but under Reagan, like conservatives got the biggest blow that to this day still hits them. But I mean, sure they talk about it a little bit more, especially with JD Vance. I mean, I don't like any of these people, but I do think that there has been some more examination about his legacy and how the stuff he did that basically bit the conservatives in the rear. But conservatives, they're more occupied with simping. They don't really think 10 minutes ahead. That's why I give like more kudos to like the Democrats. Like when it comes to like how much they're gonna screw over the country, they really be thinking decades, if not centuries ahead.
so this channel right here, A Peaceful Life. That's probably because I obviously I follow a lot more, outside the manosphere stuff, but people might not even agree with the stuff that I be watching on my free time. But this guy right here, A Peaceful Life, this guy be making me laugh. So that's this dude right here. I like what he has to say. I've been watching him a lot, and he came up with this term. I haven't really heard anybody else use this term, but he called it sack watching, where you have ninjas trying to criticize other black men for traveling, the passport bros, and he's called them out for basically not minding their, not minding their. So shout out to Peaceful Life for coming up with the term sack watching. That is hilarious. But anyways, let me look at the chat. I think I missed a couple. Here we go. It says, I don't, Cope approach says, I don't have room to talk about people's views. I'm seen as a self-hating black pill doomer. He says, as much as I beef with random Mayo guys, people would think I don't like Chronic, but me and him actually chopped it up when I joined his panel. Oh, you joined his panel? I didn't know about this. Oh, maybe you probably did, and I probably forgot. You probably did. You probably told me via Instagram, and I forgot. But shout out to you. Like Chronic, like Chronic is funny as hell. He's funny as hell. Like when I first heard Chronic when I was in college, especially, and I'll say especially Hammerhand, I was not fucking with it. I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. I was not fucking with it. Even and especially I'll say even the stuff that Sandman was saying, I was like, I don't know if I'm with it. But when you're continually to demonetize what certain people are saying and the stuff they're saying is not something where you should go out their way to demonetize it, and especially when I saw the demonetization of a lot of the MGTOWs, that's when I started warming up to Chronic's message, and then 2020 basically sealed it for me. So I was like, oh, okay, I get it.
Yeah,
So
because prior to that, I've mentioned this like a couple times, like my because I mentioned this like on Undead Chronics now, like deleted 14th channel, like he's on what the 16th one, I think. Also, God believe it, because he had started having beef with Verillium or some weirdo dude that now YouTube is shilling on me for whatever reason.
yeah,
um
if
like my start
there's
to to like pseudo conservatism, because I don't consider myself conservative, because like I do, like I was unironically kind of like, basically like socialist or communist, but that's because when I was in middle school, our teacher was a commie, like unironically, like he was like for Stalin, justifying the Romanovs getting killed and other BS. So I do have some like left wing economic ideas, because the conservatives are too busy worrying about rich people, like, the big corporations, to see that, maybe if they added some left wing stuff, that at least appeals to blue collar people, they would have more success. But, I'm just like, that's just my view of it. It was actually Hunter Avalon that's kind of like what got me into, like, led me to this path on, by like back in 2016 or 17.
Cope Approach said, he said, I joined his panel in like 2022 or 2023, and I apologize because I thought he was an inkwell. And we ended up having a lot of the same common inkwell enemies. Well, that's the thing. When you actually listen to what he has to say, and because at the end of the day, I always, I always try to keep an open mind, even with the people I disagree with. So the more I opened my mind, the more I listened to him, and I was like, okay, I get it. I understand where he's coming from, and then I'm looking at the policies, and I'm looking what's happening, and then I'm putting two and two together. I'm seeing what's happening, and basically right in front of me, and I'm like, okay, I completely get it. And then on top of that, I always did find it amusing because I never really had I didn't have an opinion on Tim Pool or all these people. What's the other bitch name? I'm blanking. Laura Southern and all these people, but he used to get on their ass, which was funny to me. I found that a bit
Yeah,
amusing. So that was kind of the thing that kind of was like, okay, I see where he's coming from. But yeah, Chronic, man, he's actually, to me, in my opinion, he's one of the stronger um voices on here. And it's unfortunate that too many people have gone out their way to silence his voice. I think part of the reason is the stuff he says on Twitter, and then they try to find his, like, if they disagree with what you're doing on social media, and then they find your YouTube channel, what they do is they mass report your YouTube channel, but that's never gonna stop what, like, Chronic, he's still gonna talk his shit, especially on Twitter. So I just saw what happened to Corey Holcomb when he lost his Twitter account just because he called a fat bitch, and he lost his whole Twitter account. So I remember, like, hitting the warning signs on that. I was like, yo, Chronic, I don't think this is like this Twitter shit is just not, it's just not it no more. You if a fat bitch can take away your channel just because you called her fat, like, it's you gotta, we might have to chill out for a little bit.
Yeah, that's
Okay,
what
let
I
me.
like about Undead Chronic. Even if it's to his detriment, like he just does not back down. Like that's like very admirable. Like you like how, like if you see Tim Pool, like if you ever get a demonetized strike, he'd be on crying on stream, and then he'd be talking about how he'd retire forever, and then he'd probably go on and hang out with Lawrence Southern and get coked up, and then he'd have a party, and then he'd end up on the tabloids, and then he'd be crying some more about how it wasn't real, and we need a civil war.
Let me look up. I gotta look up a doctor. I gotta find a picture of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant real quick before I start the segment.
Hey, um, hey Chris, can I get a little bit of context of like Dr. Cheyenne? Because I'll be honest, there's like so many, like sometimes you mention a lot of people that I don't really even know who they are, but
Oh
like,
yeah,
oh, I
yes.
guess
So she's just she's a life coach, basically. She's an overglorified life coach that got a lot of praise originally from BWs because she was putting a lot of ninjas in their place. She was saying that, Cam Newton was making broken families. If you're a black man and you're not having a kid with your woman in a marriage, you're creating broken families. And then what was interesting is Cam Newton called her out on the same day where he was like, okay, do you consider 50 Cent, do you consider him a creator of broken homes? And she didn't want to answer the question. And the reason why she didn't want to answer the question is
because
because
she didn't
she's,
want no smoke with 50 Cent. Let's be honest.
well, it's not that. It's just she wants an opportunity with him financially. So
Oh,
she's still trying to get work. She's still like, her claim to fame is clout chasing off of famous dudes, trying to, get
get
counsel.
collabs and
And
stuff like that.
exactly. So she's just one of those broads that kind of got famous off of that. Now she's been kind of doing this for a while. It's only been one dude that has consistently called her out in terms of her credentials not being real, her not being a real doctor, and that's been Corey Holcomb for the past, like, umpteenth years.
I,
But
I
that's her.
I will say this kind of sounds like with what's her name? Like I still remember like when YouTube tried pushing her for like 3 months. What was her name? Oh, Bobby Althoff or Ali Hoff or whatever her name
Yeah,
was.
yeah. So similar kind of to that, but she's kind of the reason why you might not know her because she's more famous. Like Cheyenne Bryant's more famous in, like, the black sector, the kind of like the black, side of entertainment. So she's not really well known on the mainstream, but
Yeah.
obviously, the Breakfast Club will platform, con artists like that because um unfortunately, a lot of black people, we tend to hype up, con artists like this, the Dr. Cheyenne Bryants of the world, the Dr. Umars of the world, people that aren't real doctors, but because they're entertaining, we give them platforms because they say what we like to hear, we will
I mean, I
give
wouldn't even
them
say that's
platforms.
like maybe you could argue it's more prevalent with like with black people, but at the same time, like at the end of the day, what's
No,
like
no,
the
I'm no, no,
difference
no,
between like
no, no,
Joel
I'm just saying.
Joel?
Wait,
y-
hold on for 1 second. So I'm not saying that black people only do that. I'm just saying that just for a person like her can only get famous here.
Oh,
You know what I mean?
I understand. I mean, I understand. Like, I was just trying to make like a point how Like at the end of the day, what's the difference? What's like the difference between like that dude Joel Olstein with like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant, if she's even a real doctor? Like she probably her I don't know, does she even have a PhD, at least in one of those like stupid
Exactly. So she
majors
doesn't.
or
So she allegedly did, but it's not even from a real university. So the university is defunct. Sorry, or what's the term? Defunct, or it's
disbanded or
yeah, disbanded. So you can't look up the records. So you can't
oh,
even confirm that she even has the PhD from what's it, Argosy University. So it's a lot. And then on top of that, every first of every therapist or licensed therapist has a certain number that you can look up, in especially she says she was working out of California. She doesn't have one, right? So that kind of forced her to come out and say, well, I'm not an official therapist. I was practicing, but I never got my full credential. And I was like, wait a minute, so you don't have a PhD,
you don't even
yet you
have
call yourself a doctor?
credentials or yeah,
Like, do you even have a master's? Like,
yeah.
I really
Um,
gotta ask that like she
I
probably doesn't even
mean,
really have her master's. So
if scamming if being a scam artist and a con artist was like a master, I think she'd probably be top of her field. But even then, some of these scam artists, they're not even the top of the at their own scamming.
yeah. So let me add Stefan on here. Wait, why am I doing this? I keep accidentally muting people. All right. We got Stefan.
I think he was the guy you were confusing me with the last time with the
No,
swap
no, no, no,
law.
no, no. I confused with like somebody else. Like
Wait, weren't you
somebody.
talking actually the Cope approach? I think maybe that he's the one you were talking about.
No, no,
I
no,
have a
no, no,
fuzzy memory, but
no, 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 no. It was I confused it with somebody else from the war band. Like Steph is not part of the
to the
he's not.
war band, yeah.
Wait, is there somebody in the war band with a similar name?
No, 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 no,
No, I,
no.
I was just curious because people
Well,
don't know. Like like when I was super cool with Chronic, it was on two channels. Like this channel I have now is my third channel. So like um when I was cool with Chronic, like, cause I had a whole educated Tyrone channel, and the basically this autistic dude, these all different like inkwells would report my channel and give me different strikes, and this
Yep, yep.
autistic dude that I used to be cool with, he gave me a copyright strike because it was like an 11-second clip I uploaded because somebody was beefing with him and I just reposted it because it was like black pill lore. It's like black pill gossip or whatever. And he got mad at me because basically he assumed I was cool with somebody else he was beefing with, even though I really wasn't. I was just kind of being neutral to them I was playing holding my cards or whatever. But because I didn't call out some other
Dude,
like white
immediately after
black
the
pill
fact.
dude that he was beefing with, he copyright striked my channel to get back at me. Like, oh, Stefan, you not cool. Like you're not taking my side against these other black pill dudes that I'm beefing with. So I'm gonna copyright strike your channel, even though the only reason you uploaded my 11-second video is because we're cool on Instagram and we're cool, but I'm going to use that against you because you didn't do what I said and take my side, even though I was on his side. But again, he assumed because I was playing it neutral at a certain point. Um, he thought, oh, you're taking these other white black pill dudes that don't like me. You're being cool with them and this and that. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Like people be yo, Stefan, you're so nice to white people. I'm like, what are you talking about? Like, okay, you guys need to make up your mind. One day they're calling me a racist and they're saying I make fun of male cells. Then the next day they're saying I'm cool with them. It's like, what? Anyway, I'm sorry but that's the whole reason. That's why my first channel got nuked.
Deleted. Yep.
Yeah, and then that whole educated Pookie, why people actually call me that, that was my actual second channel. So people don't just call me that as a nickname. That was my actual second YouTube channel. But then that got nuked. I don't even remember, to be honest. Like I would have to. I don't know. I don't know. I think it probably was because of hate speech or something. I'm not really sure. I would have to really think about it, to be honest. But anyway, that's why Chris always refers to me as like two or three different names. So it's not Chris's fault. This is all black pill lore or whatever. But go ahead. I'm sorry, y'all. Y'all could. I mean, I could cook Cheyenne Bryant too, but I've been talking for a minute,
Yo,
so I feel like I should give it back to one of y'all.
No, we're gonna go into that next, but I'm gonna read this chat
Oh
real
yeah,
quick.
yeah.
So emoji says she doesn't have her masters, but she definitely has her associates, or what I heard. uh, a GED. Let's give her some respect. She's a black queen, right? Like, like
Oh
it's
God.
when you really look into her. I don't even think she has her masters. So, and then her bachelor's is. I'll take your word for it, but there's
That's a
no
50-50.
exactly. So
I'll
that
give her associates. I'll give her that. Because
yeah, yeah.
technically, I have an associate because I went to a regular undergrad, like state school, and I completed base almost. I'm 3 credits away from 2 years. So, if she wants to say she went to college for 2 years and got some degree in like in social psychology or something like that, I'll give her that. Cause even my lazy pookie ass got through 2 years of school. So I'll give her that. But again, like someone said before, because and again, obviously, before I was a pookie, when I was a younger nerd or whatever, I was trying to go to law school and all this other stuff. This is years ago, obviously. But for as far as therapists are concerned, or I should say, I guess psychiatrists that prescribe medicines, especially SSRIs, because that's terrible. Because a lot of those people end up unaliving themselves or doing more crazy stuff because of the SSRIs, or whether they get off of them or whatever. Whatever. I don't want to go on a diatribe about big pharma right now, but my point is anybody, and again, this is coming from a person that's not into that field. I was going to law school or trying to get into law school, but even me in passing doing research on different, like, grad school and med school and law school and blah blah blah, at the minimum, to be taken seriously in that field, you have to have your at least your master's or some PhD. Because let's say I'm a PhD and I'm a psychologist and I don't prescribe medicine, people would still or at least academics would recognize the fact that I still went to 4 years of undergrad and then I took some PhD program at Yale or Columbia or Cornell or UPenn or Harvard or or Georgetown or Howard or whatever, and I did my extra 2 or 3 years to get my PhD. So I may not be prescribing people medicine, but I would be qualified to diagnose certain things. Maybe I could be a forensic psychologist and interview serial unalivers and violent criminals, because again, I would have went to school for 6 or 7 years at accredited state schools or Ivy League schools. So we're not talking about somebody who just went to the community college of Jacksonville for 2 years. You see what I'm saying? So,
Yeah.
but again, that's just my base knowledge. Again, that's not my expertise. I never was interested in psychology or anything as a field. I'm just saying, in my research, I just came across basic credentials of psychiatrists and psychologists or mental professionals. So that's why I was always surprised people took Cheyenne Bryant seriously in the first place. Because even a guy like me, I literally have college roommates that
I
are more
mean,
like
they
my
should.
white college roommate that I be talking about on my channel, which is an aside. He double majored in like psychology and African American studies or political science, some other shit, whatever. and that was we both went to the same college. He went to school for 4 years. He had an academic scholarship, yada yada yada. Now he works for Verizon, we're making money. But he even just off of his undergrad credentials, he's more qualified to talk about psychology or mental health or behavioral therapy or yada yada yada. He's more qualified to talk about that than Cheyenne Bryant. And I'm not going to dox his school, obviously, but I'm just saying anybody that has went to a top 150 school in America or knows anything about psychology, they know what I'm saying is right. So all the black women that are in social work and psychology that are actually in that field, that's why they're calling her out now. Because they're like, wait a minute, this bitch, even Stefan's college roommates know more about psychology than her. Why is she speaking on these topics like she's educated? And
I
black
will.
women are the most educated, so they gotta defend that most educated whatever.
I will say this. It's just that like with group, I mean, just humans in general. When like somebody who's like mildly charismatic says what a lot of people want to hear, regardless if it's true or not, they'll just like take at face value whatever they say. It's like if I, started talking about how I'm a doctor at some random obscure niche field of science and started telling what women want to hear. People would, I mean, Sims would have to believe it lest they anger their queens. So, like, it's just that's
Oh,
the
Reaper, I know you'll agree. Not to cut you off, I think you'll agree with this. I could be wrong. I just thought about it. The obvious part of it, the reason why the men in the manosphere take her seriously is because I guess they think she looks good. So I know that's kind of obvious, but I was more so speaking in the general sense of like she shouldn't be taken seriously based on her merits because
she
she
doesn't
literally
have
has
any
done the least
merits.
amount of work. Yeah, but I'm just saying like guys like Cam Newton and Nick Cannon, they look at her and they just see a good looking, just like when we were in college and we had a good looking counselor, like damn, my female guidance counselor looked good as hell, whatever. Like so we're just, oh, it's a cute girl, she's saying stuff and she's willing to have an interview with me. They're not actually looking into her substance. So
Yeah, that's like a
yeah,
mistake a lot of men do. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm immune because, like, Chris Mike will tell you just how
yeah,
much
I'm
of a
not saying
simp I
I'm
am
perfect, don't get me
for
wrong, I'm not
Alyssa
saying
Liu.
she's
Like, I'll be
ugly,
like
but I
I'll be
do think she's a
talking.
little overrated though. But go ahead,
I
my
mean, I don't
bad.
really think she's like pretty. Maybe it's because like she's a bit older or she's just not my type. But it's like
Yeah,
how I'll be like talking to like Chris Mike like can vouch for her. I'll be
I think
talking
it's
about
more
how
the
I don't.
sex appeal because the way she dresses raunchy for her age and stuff. I think it's more of a lustful thing. I don't think they think she's, because to me she's not really gorgeous, but I think for her age, she's not in the greatest shape, but for her age, she's still kind of okay. And
Well, to
then like
I mean,
she's
she
like a
Stefan.
kind of
good
gives me
smash. Like
like
dudes
from
look
the
at her, black manosphere guys look at her as an easy smash. Like, damn, she a sugar mama. I could hit up, she no, I'm serious.
no,
Guys in their
I
early
get what you're
30s
saying.
look at her as an easy smash because older women, a lot of them smash younger dudes these days. Like
Yeah,
easily.
to the detriment of everyone else,
Yeah.
because like now the
So
older women
that's
think they're on the same playing field as younger women, and these
Yeah.
younger dudes they be talking about how much giga chads they are because they hit up Beta Becky's mom, who the last time she had any ovaries was probably when the Twin Towers still stood.
Oh man, back when I was in middle school.
yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
But
dating
yeah.
myself a little bit. I'm sorry, Jesus.
yeah,
That's all right,
I
man.
gotta
Yeah, I
Like
know
I'm
I'm on.
old,
I
but
know
I'm
I'm on unk status, so I take no offense.
That's all right, man.
So
Like
yeah,
kids these days, especially like 16-year-olds, 18-year-old, they hear somebody's 25 and they already think you're probably
yeah.
was born in World War I or something like that. Yeah.
all right. So
What was
I'm
you
a
about to say, Chris?
oh, no, I'm just I gotta I'm gonna play the video.
Oh
But I
yeah,
was
go
just
ahead.
but to your point, I actually do. You know what, Steph? I'll give you my opinion on that. I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna say this on YouTube, but I'm gonna give you my opinion on why really why black men find Dr. Cheyenne Bryant attractive. But I'll say that to you off. I'll say that
What do
remind me
you want
when.
my opinion on stream right now? You can save yours for Insta, but because I have a more general, I may have
No,
said
no,
this on my channel already anyway, so I don't know if you want to hear it now. But
because mine might be a little bit more darker than yours. So I'll say mine's off of. I'll send it via Instagram and then
yeah,
you can say yours now
yeah,
before I play the video. So what?
okay.
Yeah.
Um, so wait, just to clarify, this is because I'm a little. I want to make sure this is why you think black manosphere guys take her seriously, right? Or was it somebody else?
Oh no, no, no. Like I'm just
Or
saying
was
why.
it people in general taking her serious? Or what was say it
No,
again?
no.
Yes.
Like why black men in general find women like Dr. Cheyenne Bryant attractive in the first place.
I mean, I'm gonna add my
Oh, yo,
opinions.
That's
okay, okay.
so
Well,
that's more.
why they find her attractive in the first place?
Yeah, so why they so that's why they even take her even seriously.
Oh,
You know what
okay,
I mean?
okay.
So it's a little bit in
Yeah,
my opinion
I
of
mean,
that
from
might
an outsider's perspective,
so
like I'll
so
try to
so so that
like
might so Stefan, that might be a little bit more down your alley. So I don't want to say that. I'm not gonna say that here. This is gonna I know you started
yeah.
laughing.
That might be that mean that might be that me. I'm not
That's a
going to
private.
say doomer territory, but it might be definitely like BP adjacent territory or or
Yeah,
BP. Yeah.
exact. So that's kind of what I was hinting at. So that's a private conversation
Oh,
we'll have
okay. I
later
want to
on.
hear Reaper's thoughts if he was about to say something, but just before, just
oh, I
because,
mean, I was gonna like from an
oh, go ahead. Yeah.
Well,
outsider
no, well,
perspective, like I was gonna mention about how I can see like at least like black men from like I guess lower like from low who were raised in lower economic socioeconomic
Conditions.
class,
Yeah.
yeah, conditions. I like her because she kind of represents maybe like an aunt or a relative who went to college, had money, and they kind of represented the stability and economic upbringing they wish they had, and there's like sort of level of subconscious respect, but also like attraction, about how, oh, I wish I had a woman like that type stuff, without making it vulgar, right, or saying anything
Yeah.
darker
No, I
than.
get what you're saying. Yeah. Not in a sick way, but like a normal kind of, I get what you're saying. Yeah.
Yeah,
yeah,
kind
that's
of like,
yeah,
oh, I wish I had that as like a mom, or my partner was that, like spouse, whatever.
Yeah. Or just even if it's like a hood dude and he sees a chick that's slightly older and it's like, she might be hood adjacent or related or not that she's related but her kind of archetype or her personality, it's like a chick he can relate to, but it's like, oh, so and so, like I'm from Philly, so for example it might be, oh, I seen so and so from Philly like me, she a hood chick or kind of hood, whatever, but her mom moved her to the suburbs like my family did. And she went to college and made something out of herself. And now she kind of a baddie and she still look good at an older. Yeah, I get it. I get it.
Yeah,
I
it's
didn't
more
think you
like,
were gonna come at it from that angle though. But that's a good point. I didn't even I that like that's I didn't even that didn't even cross my mind. But
oh
she's
yeah,
kind
no,
of like that bougetto. Like she's because I wouldn't call her suburban because obviously I've dated country chicks, suburban chicks, southern black chicks. I've dated actual whatever, non-city black chicks. But she is at least like, oh, she might be a city chick, but she did go to school and she does kind of act bougetto and fake proper or whatever. So
I
like a
mean, yeah,
hood
like
black dude will
basically,
love that. Oh yeah, I got my baby.
she
Oh,
was
my little Michelle Obama went to college.
I know. I mean, I was gonna mention like she's like in the sense that she was like raised in the hood, but she always had like a different
Yeah.
mentality. Like she was all like she was raised in the hood, but she was like, oh, I gotta go to college, I gotta go this. Like she knows how to be in the hood, but at the same time she always had the mentality to get out of there, or strive for something more than where she was born type stuff.
Yeah. See, Chris, I wasn't going to come at it because my angle was completely different. I was going to relay it back to the old, like with the a few minutes ago when I said the sugar mama example, and I brought up how older, like 30s, late 30s and 40s chicks be smashing young dudes, not just the famous chicks, even just regular people. But even like on my first channel, I had like a sugar mama experiment, and I didn't really go full throttle with it because I'm lazy and I don't feel like taking pictures and all that extra shit. But even me with lazy selfies and shit like that, um, being on seeking arrangements, and I recorded like my me setting up a profile and all this shit like that. So I signed up for Syncing Arrangements, but I signed up for it as a male sugar baby looking for women. I didn't sign up for it as a sugar daddy looking to pay for sugar babies. And obviously I did the free version because it was just an experiment. I didn't want to pay whatever. But like if I was really serious and I was like taking serious pictures, because again, there are sugar mamas with money that are available and out there. But I'm just not, that's not really my speed, you know. But just for the sake of argument though, um Cheyenne Bryant, she is perfect for that lane because again, she's not that old. I don't know what, maybe she's mid 40s, early or late 30s, early 40s. I don't know what she is. But for dudes that are like late 20s to mid 30s that are kind of young and they really could get any girl they want, or they don't have whatever, they don't have to, you know what I mean? That obviously if you're a male sugar baby, you probably, it's probably out of choice. Like you're not like a, I've never seen like a virgin or an inkwell or like a fresh and fit like a Myron Gaines fan be a male sugar baby. Like obviously you're probably whatever. So um Cheyenne Bryant fits into that perfectly because she's not far removed from the hood dudes or the pookies or whoever who would want a chick with money, or even just a regular dude like me who might want to date up and date a chick with some money or whatever. But again, she looks good for her age. So
I will
again,
say, like,
that's personally, I think that's her main draw. Because just on basic attraction, on objective attraction, we all would take a chick in her mid 20s over Cheyenne Bryant. I just think it's that dynamic of okay, she kind of older than me, but she's still kind of sexy. And the way she dressed, she's still trying to impress people. She's trying to dress like younger women, and she being kind of flirty and fun and this and that, and talking about how she like, I just think it's that sex appeal dynamic that draws most black manosphere men to her. Because other than,
I,
because to me, is she? I mean, she a dime a dozen. I could go on if I could go on seeking them arrangements, and I'm like, okay, this Becky that's 50 years old don't look as good as you, but her money is talking, so I don't
you know,
care.
I can see
So, but
this,
okay,
like,
I'm go ahead, Reaper. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh no,
this,
Yeah.
I was about. Wait. Spawn, I was about to say that's B Watkins,
Who's B Watkins?
the guy you've been talking to.
Who,
Reaper's not
Reaper?
in the chat. No, Reaper's not in the chat. He's not in the panel.
Oh, Reaper left already.
Oh no, Reaper didn't. No, Reaper didn't join the panel at all.
Oh, Reaper was just in the chat, and oh, my bad. Oh, I've been saying it wrong. I'm okay. My bad. Okay.
Yeah.
So
That's what I was trying to say,
yeah.
but you were
Oh
kind of
shit. Okay, my
yeah.
bad. Okay.
But yeah,
So
B
that's
Watkins.
wait, hold on. So when I thought the dude Reaper Rail's voice was an engineer, that was B Watkins.
No. So yesterday that was Reaper. Reaper was in the chat yesterday. So right now you're talking to B Watkins. That's what I was trying to. That's what I was trying to tell you.
Okay, no, because the voice I was talking about when I said the engineer comment was B Watkins too, because that was I'm talking about him right now.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
oh,
No. Yeah.
oh,
Okay.
yeah,
Yeah.
But
that's all
pi-
right. I appreciate the compliment, but
Yeah.
I'm into culinary.
I mean,
I mean,
y'all both probably STEM majors at this point. I mean, you know, it's
all right.
yo. I
Hold on,
mean,
hold on.
but yeah, go
I gotta,
ahead.
I gotta give a shout out to Pyro, man. Pyro, how's it going, man? I don't know if
Oh,
he,
what's up,
if,
Pyro?
Shout out to Pyro.
Shout out.
I don't know, man. Oh, he's probably because he he said in the private chat he's trolling. He said I'm gonna take a quick shower because I've been working. All right, so he's gonna be right back, but I'm gonna play the video real quick. Please forgive me if I gotta pause it. It's the Breakfast Club. I'm probably gonna have to put an overlay while Lauren is talking and while Dr. Cheyenne Bryant is talking.
The conversation about your doctorate because people can't find your dissertation online. How are you responding to that in this new era of your life?
I'm going to clear it up once on here. I'm not doing it again. And I'm clearing it up for my doc squad, for my fan base, for my audience who deserve to hear me address it. For the folks.
By the way, I want to actually let me take this overlay off. People should kind of already know this is a narcissist when you got a whole doc chain, on your.
Also, her like book. She's also got her like book. Like she's advertising. She's not even trying to be subtle. She could have put it like at the middle point of the edge, but she's got to put the whole like a cover to just like really sell that she's her books.
Who have already made up their mind to not like me or not understand me. Listen, I don't give a fuck what your narrative is. I would like for you to recreate it, double down on it, and run that shit. Because I don't give a fuck about it. Now, to my doc squad, my fan base, my folks, my village, it's very simple. I went to a school, Argosy University, completed an entire program. I went back online to get my official transcripts because I was applying to a law school many years ago to be a professor there. And I had to provide my transcripts, right, to get hired. And I went to contact the school and say, hey, I need my official transcripts. I need my entire thing. And there was no school. I was like, okay, I'm confused.
Gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna rewind it. I'm gonna play with no audio, and I just want you to read her body language while she's talking. Just look at it. Blinking, reaching behind her neck. She's
Yeah,
lying.
she looks like she's trying to like make an excuse. Like I see like when waitresses do this, they make like a fuck up. They don't sell like a $60 steak and they try to put it on the line. And like when the chef or like the boss like confronts them about it, they start making a bunch of excuses. They get a bit twitchy, they start yapping about unrelated stuff, and you're like, yeah, we all know you like messed up the order. Just come up front and about it before like you make things worse for yourself or
That's a great analogy. I ain't even gonna hold you. Because that's exactly what she looks like.
And there was no school. I was like, okay, I'm confused. I Google. It says this school has been shut down. I said, oh, well, they got to have records. I mean, they were accredited when I attended the school. They were accredited when I finished the program. I go and look, there is a third party that has the records. Why I contact the third party, that third party only holds records for 2 years. I was past my 2 years. So that means that I had no access to records. And then I contacted.
I wonder how long it took for her to make up that lie. She had to really rehearse that.
yeah, she was thinking about it. Like she probably went up to like Google or maybe she even asked somebody she knows was in that. And she probably like straight up asked, how do I make this like lie sound believable?
Yo, Chris, that's crazy. You know how I know she's lying without even using any like high level of like reasoning or anything? The school I went to and my other friend that was a double major and one of his majors was psychology. If our school, just hypothetically, if our school shut down tomorrow and either of us did an interview like, yeah, we used to go to this school and it was accredited, it was a top 150 school, yada yada yada, there would be like thousands of sources online to verify that. And there would be hundreds of thousands of people that went to that same school in the past 30 years that were like, yeah. Stefan went to this really big school on the East Coast and blah, blah, blah.
Also, I
It
was
was
gonna
like top,
mention
like,
like
so the fact that she's this, even this whole 2 year thing, like whatever school she went to, even small schools in PA or Jersey or some shit, right? Even if they close down tomorrow, if someone from that school got on an interview and said, I'm a psychologist and I went here 3 years ago, but there's claiming this 2 year window for the records, blah blah blah. there would be thousands of people verifying that no, she's telling the truth. Like, so, like, you see
Or
what I'm saying?
even
That we
like
know
this
she's
might sound
lying just off the
exaggerated.
fact, like this scenario doesn't even exist.
Yeah, I
Hmm.
was gonna mention this might even sound exaggerated, but couldn't she be
Yeah,
like,
yeah,
um, no, I mean like exaggerating in the sense like the scenario I was gonna mention where she like brings the dean to the show or like her own like teachers or whoever classmate she was to like come up and verify like, oh yeah, she was, we, we were in this classes, we graduated X year, we did work for this and that, but she's just like, oh, just like trust me, I mean, I already lied, but you can trust me on this one type
Look,
stuff.
that's
yeah.
literally what that's literally what Corey Holcomb said, like right here, actually. What you just
Somebody
said.
is a doctor, they will be proud to show you, I'm a doctor.
Mhm.
She can't do it. She just says it. This is a fantasy that woman is living. I mean, like, you don't see everybody to see you, Sister Bryant. We know it's a girl you call your bodyguard, but we know it's more to it than that. You know what I'm
So there's a lot. And just in I remember Corey had said something specific. He said, where are your colleagues? Where are the people that can really vouch for you
Facts.
you
Yeah, like
going through what you went
or
through?
where she, if she ever
Where's
worked
your
at an
ground? Like,
institution or firm or whatever it's called in her alleged field of study, be it
Yeah,
like they
what do
could,
you
the
have done,
firm
a
partners can
co-op or
come
an
up and
internship or
speak up.
something?
so yeah, something your any grant, or how about, notice she never used the term graduation. She just used completed programs. I'm like, yeah, you can complete it, but did you
Yeah,
graduate?
but yeah, did you
Where's your
get your own
graduation
PhD or
photos? Where's your
bachelor's or whatever? That's like if I went to college for like well, technically doesn't, you have to go to pre-med or something like that before you get into neurosurgery or any type of like more complex surgeries, and you're like, oh well, I went 1 year at the pre-med, so I'm a neurosurgeon basically, you can call me doctor. So,
Yeah, that's just it's just too much inconsistency there.
Did
it's not even
financial aid.
inconsistency.
You can't make it.
She's she's making lies about stuff that I think like how many call, like, even if, I mean, I just went a couple months to college before I was like, nah, this isn't for me. And I'm like, I'm pretty sure the majority of people who like graduated just as bachelors at any other field, they can be like, I think she's lying because that's not how it works. You just
No, I agree, because, and even Stefan already explained in terms of the necessary requirements that's already needed for her specifics, especially when you're talking about psychology and all these things. Like, you need at least a master's bare minimum, so there's just a lot missing there.
Financial aid. You can't make up financial aid. It shows that I paid for a doctoral program alongside my
yeah,
master's program.
but like
I contacted,
here's
financial
like
aid.
another
2
lie
years.
I
So
caught her with. Like, she's like, oh, I pay for like a doctor's program or whatever she said. That, yeah, a lot of people pay for their like college, but they don't finish it. Like, as you said, she never said, oh, I paid and graduated through the financial aid program. She just said I paid, but she doesn't say I graduated or
it's
anything
it's it's a
related to it.
very it's very slick use of language. I picked up on it, back in, because I already knew of Dr. Cheyenne Bryant since like 2017, 2018, and Corey Holcomb and probably one other dude. Yeah, probably two other dudes would call her out for using slick language, stuff like that. But
Oh
the
yeah.
normies are not gonna pick up on that.
that means that I
Because
had
normies, they just
no
like
access
take
to
at
records.
face
And then I
value
contacted,
everything.
Oh,
Yeah.
and
parents.
Chris, I forgot to mention real quick, some of that information or some of my insight into that wasn't just my because I was a lot of it I researched it when I was in college, but when I dropped out and I had this job, I used to market to medical professional. I'm not going to dox the company, but I used to market to basic not market, well, I get it was marketing, but like it's basically people that are already in nursing professions or uh mental health or psychology or different or nurse practitioners or med students or doctors that are still in their residency, I would be one of the people that would send the hospitals the brochures to the different meetings. Like, oh, this is a Saw C meeting for the nurses conference in Chicago in the next month for the next week and a half, blah blah blah. So I would get on the phone and I would have to email doctors and get and coordinate with the the nurses for their days off to because obviously a lot of nurses and nurse practitioners and med students even after med school or nursing school, they still have continuing credits they have or like courses they have to take. Even doctors, obviously, too. So even the nurses I was emailing that were like 24 or 25 or whatever, even a lot of those women that were just, whatever, just getting into their profession, they you could tell by their resume or whatever when I would be reading their credentials, you could tell they went to school and they were way more qualified to speak on psychology or mental health than Cheyenne Bryant. Like none
Yeah,
of them
Cheyenne
had a
Bryant gives me
resume that looks anything like hers. Like, oh, I went to school for 2 years and I got this certification for this and that. Like all of their shit was like, no, I went to undergrad and I went to nursing school and I did this and I'm in a residency or I went to med school and it was like actual, yeah. They
actual
were,
like
yeah.
the path to like medicine, because like Cheyenne Bryant
At
gives
the
me the
least they were
vibes that
masters.
that
It was master's degree, PhDs or med school people like for the most part.
yeah, because like Cheyenne
Yeah.
Bryant gives me like the vibe that she like completed in quotes. Because even then, I doubt she did that, her certification, and then she like supplemented it with like hundreds of hours of listening to like pseudo psychoanalysis videos you see on YouTube, like
Yeah. I don't know if
Charisma
she
on
listened to
Command,
Jordan Peterson or what,
or
but
like you probably not even that, like Charisma on Command. I don't know if you remember that
oh yeah,
you know,
yeah.
you
I
see
used to,
that type.
I kind of like him. I mean, entertainment wise, I like him anyway. I don't think you should,
You can't name
um, I don't think you should take his advice and think it's going to change anything.
I
But
will
as
say
an
this sounds like
entertainment
pretty
thing,
black pilled,
when he's
but
referencing movies and stuff, it's a real life. I do like it as a
yeah,
like
as
it's
an
a fun little pop
entertainment.
culture kind of mix up. Like that, at least that's the what I watch it for. But go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, like it sounds like black pilled, but at the same time, like these shit with like these like oh like like psychology tricks. Like if you look like the dude that I don't know if you know that Swedish dude who said he was gonna self delete, but then this Argentinian chick like said like, "Oh, I think you're cute or handsome or whatever." Then she like started dating him. I mean, like a lot of blue pill people like shill that stuff. They don't know, but they don't
Oh,
know
he
like
reminds me of the guy with the glasses that has 1 million subs, and he
yeah,
made
that
that video
it's
that
not
went
over. I
viral.
think it's called his channel. It's not
It's
over
like
yet.
never
Or
give up.
yeah, never give up. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. And he has a
But like
kid. He got her pregnant. He has like a daughter or a kid with
yeah,
her.
but here's the thing. Like a lot of like
I mean, I
these
think
blue pill
they may have
people,
broke up though, but
I
yeah.
think they've broken up various times, and she even go to Argentina, probably hang out with
Yeah.
Argentina and Diego or Chadriguez or whatever. But like that side, like that dude doing those like psychology tricks would not work if say a dude who's like 6'5" and looks like that dude John Eric Hexum, or a more recent example, Henry Cavill did them. But
Yeah,
it wouldn't be the
yeah.
psychology trick doing it. It's just like their looks and height that does it.
the financial aid. It shows that I paid for a doctoral program alongside my
Just the term she says doctorial. That's not a word, but
Yeah, that's like the pseudo. That's like the pseudo words.
Yeah, isn't it
Andrew Wilson
doctoral?
would be,
yeah, it's
or
exactly. It's doctoral. So I'm really like, so this is clearly a person. Yeah, she probably has associates at best.
master's program and my undergrad program. And they said, we can fully refund you your money under one circumstance. We give you your money back. You don't get credit for not a class, a course, a program you took in this university at
isn't
this
that
institute.
illegal or something like
So
that? I mean, I've never gone to
Well,
college in the U.S., but
well,
like,
that's
isn't that
yeah.
illegal?
Well, they're not. they not gonna give you no damn refund, just in general. So that I don't know what she's speaking on. That
Yeah,
she
even
just made up
rich
on the
people can't get people who's like go to Harvard. Even they can't get refunds. Like they'll be like, "Oh, well, you donated this to us." So
like yeah. So I've never heard of anybody getting a refund from a college or a FAFSA or I don't know what
Wait, a refund for what?
she
for like
said
paying
that
her college, basically, she's like claiming she got a refund for paying her
no
college, basically.
yeah
No, the
well
only thing I heard of is getting refunds when you're in college, when you're a student.
Yeah, but even then, like, don't you only get are entitled to like refunds for like certain classes or like meal
No, but
plans or random
but what
things? Not even the
I'm
whole
talking about
thing.
when people are like freshmen or sophomores and they have like a bunch of scholarships and then their family pays like their tuition or whatever, but like they have like a over like you get a refund because you had so many academic scholarships or whatever that it paid for certain shit that you got cash back at the beginning of the semester.
Yep,
but
yep.
that's
But
something
I'm saying that's not what
but
she's talking
yeah
about though, right?
Yeah, she's
yeah
claiming
exactly.
that she did her whole college, well then she had like an issue, and then now she's getting a refund, but she just won't be able to graduate with her credits, which
Okay, yeah,
even
and
at
she's I
any
don't know
place
what
in the
she's
world
talking
sounds
about.
like BS. Like, how do you even do that? Like
Yeah,
even
that's
if it's a community college, I don't think they would ever refund your entire what you paid for your education just because some minor issue you had during
Yeah, I've never
your
heard of that ever.
like, I don't think, I mean, from
No,
all the cases
seriously.
I've heard, I've never heard of this, whether it's in Latin America, Asia, Europe, Africa, what Middle East. I have never heard of such thing ever happening.
Do you want us to refund you?
Cause yo, my bad, go
Or
ahead.
do you want us not? I said no, because I didn't want to risk the chance of them saying, well, we're going to give you back your money, and it wipes out your entire program. Luckily, I had, I do this with all of the schools. I had downloaded from the actual student portal my transcripts at that time. And I was able to get just about all of my transcripts, including up to like dissertation. But everything else, there's just no holding take for any of our records, which I think is completely effed up. Just in
They
general.
are going to kill you online this week. They're going to say she has no records. They just want to hate you regardless.
No, that's fine. And it's not even that there's no records.
you
Well,
just
yeah,
said
like, how are we not gonna like attack her or like criticize her for that? That's like if I went on Chris Mike's show and I'm like, oh, well, Chris, I'm a doctor, and then Chris is like, and like what? I'm like, well, I'm a doctor in many things, and be like, well, where did you go to like where did you go to college? I was like, well, I went to a college, but it was a college where you do college things and medicine things. Like,
this is basically somebody said in the comments it's the equivalent of my dog ate my homework, these type of
Oh
things like
yeah.
yeah, it's
The
even worse because
2026 version of my dog ate my homework.
no,
literally
it's like not even homework. It's like claiming, oh, my dog ate my entire my I don't know how you
dissertation,
call it, like yeah, like my entire
Oh yeah.
like
my
school records
PhD, my school
basically.
records.
My dog ate my digital transcripts.
Yeah,
Yeah, like
my dog
this is
ate my
ridiculous.
thesis.
My dog expunged my educational history.
You yeah, like like as like under Chronic would probably make a joke about how like, oh, like, did you get attacked by the magic cabal of racist dogs who like just stormed into the college campus, expunged all your records just because they were being racist.
Yep, you would say something like that, definitely.
I mean, I'm not surprised she didn't even claim something similar to that the KKK sent the elite veteran guard, like KKK ninjas. They started doing their jutsus. They come in, they expunge the thing, then they come to her home and say, we just erased your entire education record just because we could, drop an N-bomb on Uncle Ruckus style, and then they
Oh
do
yeah.
like backflips out of her window, and they say no one will believe you.
Ew.
Shout out to
Oh,
Pyro, man. What's up with Pyro? I heard his mic working. he popped in and he popped out, man.
He fresh out of the shower.
Yeah.
What's good, fellas?
Yo, what's up, Pyro?
I'm good, man. I'm just listening to you guys so far. Man, you guys just keep making me laugh. You guys go on topic then off topic. So,
Like I apologize. Like I feel like I'm just kind of like keeping the people off talking. I'll stop talking because like we got we
no,
gotta
no, no,
cover
no,
this.
no problem with that because you know that's Chris' specialty. Chris is good with that. He wheels you out, then he just wheels you back into the conversation.
Yeah, but I mean I'm not trying to like what would say
No,
like
no,
cause like
no,
issues because
no, no,
but at the
Watkins,
same time
you're
it's
good.
important to cover this thing because I think more people should like know about this alleged doctor. I say alleged because I don't want to get like sued and then I'll have the like black manosphere, or at least like the simposphere storming in my apartment while I'm like taking a nap and they're like, you attacked my queen, now I'm gonna take you down, and then I have to like defeat them. I'm like, undead chronic, you gotta help me, man. Hammerhand, Kain Chaz, and they're just looking. Well, this is their trial of fire. You have to prove you're an actual warband member. like they're just
No, I
filming.
remember I think oh yeah, I did speak about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant when I was with I did one show with Undead and we just happened to talk about Dr. Cheyenne Bryant and they were like, wait a minute, who the fuck is this bitch? Like, is she really a doctor? And they were like, wait a minute, anybody know how old is this bitch? And then I said 43 and they just started laughing and they said next subject. So they were just like, we're done with this bitch. So that's kind of how really most men should have treated her in the first place, and most of us did. But
The
the
issue,
woman,
like Chris, is that like with the
the woman.
warband,
Wait, hold on, hold
we
on, hold on
have
for a
like
second.
sorry.
I was just because I just wanted to say the women were the ones that championed her first, and then they have to kind of try to cancel her now because she's saying licenses and degrees don't really matter. But what were you gonna say?
I mean, I was gonna say it's like sometimes like I mean I feel we get like a different perspective of men because we're dealing with more like-minded men with like the war band, the and other like adjacent groups that like coalesce into like warband ideology or at least the subgroups of it. So we just treat her like a clown because that's kind of what she is. But the issue is that unfortunately we're a minority and most men will kind of fall into line, at least like adjacent to her group, which as yeah, adjacent to her group, like Ben will be like, oh well, she dresses proper, but kind of like sexy or whatever, and like so she sounds sort of smart, so I have to listen, especially because my if my girlfriend is watching this type stuff, a lot of men still fall into line with that.
Yeah, that's true.
There's no records that I don't. The school had a third party that carried the records only for a limit of 2 years. So it's not me, it's any student that attended RBC. But again, it doesn't, how can I say it? It doesn't affect me because if I chose to go get a license as an LMFT, I have my master's
Again,
in marriage and
that's
child
like
therapist. I have my
that
hours. I can
sounds
just take that and say,
dumb
hey,
because how is like a college just gonna have a limit for two records with a third party? Like I don't know anything about the college system, but even then, that's just like that's just it's just so it sounds stupid. Like how do they have it for a limit for 2 years, and especially when they have their own backups with like at the federal level or whatever. It's like saying, oh, like at work, even if she's being honest or in quotes, at worst, she basically went to like a college mill and she just doesn't want to admit it.
But Watkins, like you see how you have all these questions. Most ninjas, like they're just gonna look at her and be like, she, hey, it sounds about right, or
Yeah,
because
Yeah,
she's
they'd be like,
pretty.
well, it sounds
If you
about
if
logical if they don't really
Wait,
think
if
about
Chris,
it too
Chris.
much.
if you find her attractive enough, you're not really gonna, you know what I mean?
I mean,
So
I get you because sometimes
it
there'll
is
be
what
like times,
Chris,
especially
not
when
to
I
be
was
shallow, can you pull up her actual, not play the video, just a still shot of how she looked on actual camera?
Oh
Because
yeah, yeah,
obviously
yeah.
this picture looks better than she looks in real life. So
Exactly.
let's, so this, so how she looks in real life, it still looks good for her age, right? Like, so me as a dude that's 37, if I ran up, if it's my day off of work and I'm at the mall or I'm at happy hour and Cheyenne Bryant is at the bar, I'm a look. Me and my friends are gonna look at her and be like, "Oh, damn, she a cougar." Like we could tell she's older than me. I could tell. I could look at her and tell she's older than me, and she's probably gonna look at me and think I'm younger. So again, for me, as a dude who looks younger than 37, it's a perfect dynamic because she still looks good enough for me to find attractive, but I know she got money and she knows I'm young, but I'm not broke. Like I'm not super, super young. I'm, at least, I'm not like, it's not like I'm 19 or 21 or whatever. So, but she gets, it's the best of both worlds. So as far as just a situationship, is perfect. So I think when black manosphere dudes look at her, that's the lens they're looking at her through. Because again, just being objective in terms of like looks, if I'm just not trying to smash a sugar mama or get money or smash a chick with money or whatever, I wouldn't choose her over a chick that's like 27. Like that just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but before you hit that, you
Like
gotta
that just
give
doesn't
the
make sense.
no. But hey, but before you hit that, you gotta do the hand clasp, and you gotta lick your lips a little bit, just for
Oh, the
extra effect.
Birdman
Yeah, the
or
Birdman.
the
you
or the
know,
Mackay Pfeiffer.
yeah, basically that. But
I don't
what
know if it's paid in full. I forget the movie. It might be paid in full. You can revoke my hood card. I don't know. I forget what movie.
I will say this, like since I think most of you probably seen what was that movie called with Tyrese Gibson? I think directed by
What,
John
Baby Boy?
Singleton. Yeah, Baby Boy. This chick is definitely the type of girl I could see like dudes like in Baby Boy would be
Oh,
dating and
Tyrese would
being like,
love her.
yeah, like
They would be
oh
a
yeah,
match made in
Tyrese.
heaven. He would be smashing her 6 days a week.
But hey, I mean, I can't give Tyrese Gibson too much like grief, because he fought against the Decepticons, for our freedoms in Chicago. So I guess gotta give him some respect there.
Yo, and Tyrese, is he still going through that divorce with
I
that
think
Samantha Lee girl, the YouTuber girl, or is that over with?
I
I
think
think
it's
he's
over.
still fighting. Well, I mean,
I,
last I heard, he was still fighting. Like, I think he had like 1 million in court fees just fighting her because they had a prenup, didn't they, or something like that? And like,
I forget the detail because I haven't looked because I used to
yeah, it's
I would
over. Yeah,
subscribe to
so
her
it's
and
yeah,
yeah.
yeah. So I just looked it up. It was over in December, so
Okay,
it
okay.
finalized. So
Kind of in the court of public opinion, Tyrese won because she did so many things that made her seem like a hypocrite. I know, even I think a lot of women now that all the facts have come out and everything, um, I think a lot of people are on Tyrese's side, but I never really researched if he won or lost the case or how the actual case went or like the how they split up the assets or the child support or the custody. I never really looked into it that deep. I just remember watching her videos on YouTube and I was like, wait a minute, this same baddie that I be watching on YouTube, this is the same chick that Tyrese is going through. Like, wait, what? What the
yeah,
hell?
I
Yo.
will say, like, maybe it's because I'm not trying to like seem holier than thou, but like, there's been like a lot of times where there's like women that I like find super attractive, but I find they do these things, and I just like I look at them, and even if I had it in front of me, my thing would not be able to activate. Like my biggest example is Amber Heard. Like the moment I heard she was doing this stuff with Johnny Depp and took a dump on his bed,
Oh,
I
Amber
was
Heard.
like,
No, I
yo,
hate her. I can't stay. No, Amber
like
Heard, she is a terrorist. I don't,
yeah, cause like as
yeah.
like when I was younger, I still remember when Never Back Down came out, and like I was like, oh my god, that is the type of chick
And
I
she's
would
an
have loved.
abuser. No,
Yeah,
not
but
to
now that
set
when
YouTube off, but Amber Heard is a bad person. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
yeah, like they're like it's no joke. I love how
No,
like people like
serious. No,
who
I'm
who
seriously like I'm not even. I'm
No,
not
I
caping for
get you.
men or
Like
anything. I'm
even when
just
I
being
was like
objective.
more,
She is a male abuse. She's a bad
yeah,
person.
she is like a scummy person. Like that's like the nicest thing way I could put it without saying a bunch of curse words. I will say like one the only the funny the like good thing that came out of here is that like the never back down like comment section, of clips of the movie, especially the one where like the dude is like teaching her like some like punches. Like there's people who be like, oh, so that's where Amber Heard got her moves against Johnny Depp. Like it's like, but I would say also
Hey,
like
let
Belle
me submit.
Delphine, like since she was always doing gross things, I never found her attractive. I was like, okay, this girl is just gross. How do you even like justify liking her?
Yeah.
Hey, let me submit these for licensure, and I want to go sit for my exam, and I'll have to do a study. I don't need a doctorate in counseling psychology to go get licensed as a therapist. That's what we're all missing.
They say the reason that you don't get questioned or tested as much is because of your quote unquote looks.
I said this last time I was on. You might be my alter ego brother, because some of the stuff you say is just right up the alley of what needs to be addressed. So there's pretty privilege, and I've learned that there's pretty punishment. And I didn't really understand that term until I got into my field. And I want to say this, I've been in my field for 18 years. I didn't get into this field to become famous, to become a celebrity. I got in this field because I was a little girl from the inner city who was tenacious and determined to make it out. And I had a lot of broken pieces and abandonment. And
Yeah, blah blah blah.
Chris, you know
my
how she's
willingness to my
capping?
promised land, which I
Wait,
talked about.
Chris.
I do
Yeah.
agree with her with the pretty privilege and what's it, pretty punishment or
Wait, no,
pretty
hold on,
vengeance?
hold on. I don't agree. I mean, not to cut you off, but just I don't want to, because you might change your opinion after I say this. Just to preface this,
Yeah, yeah, I get you. I get.
the pretty punishment I agree with in general. I get that because women are harsh
Yeah,
to
that was
pretty
was I was
women.
gonna go with that. At the end of the day, that
No, but in
men are.
her field is dominated by black women. So I don't want to hear that in her specific field. That's if she would have said in general life, like women hate on her, I get it. But in her specific field, with so many black women and so many women in like social work, masters of social work, psychology, child psychology, mental health, nurses, this, that, and the third. So many black women of all colors and shades just working together. I don't in that specific field. I don't want to hear that because a girl like her, even if it is a few chicks hating on her or whatever, there's enough other pretty black women in that field. Like there's a surplus of good looking black women in that field. So I don't want to
You
hear
would.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Like
I mean,
So
pretty
like
black women actually fit in together probably the most easily in that field because
yeah.
you have the
okay.
most pretty black women in a conglomerate in a whatever the fuck the word is. They're all
Congregation,
concentrated
right?
in
Or
one in the health field. So if there's
yeah,
any industry for pretty black women to flourish in, it would be health because
Yeah.
you're all in it. That doesn't even make sense. Her argument in that industry, it doesn't make sense. But go ahead, I'm
Mm.
sorry.
I was
So
gonna
so
mention.
Ains,
Oh,
oh, so
yeah,
I gotta
you
mention
continue, Chris.
Ainsley. Oh no, because I gotta mention Ainsley's in the building. So he said what on earth is pretty punishment. So like that's exactly what Stefan just explained. It's non-existent. In her case,
Like Chris, my mom was a pale skinned chick that grew up in Philly getting bullied by hood Philly chicks. And my aunt, her older sister, knew how to fight. So that was the only reason my mom got through school without getting beat up because her older sister knew how to fight. So my aunt would protect her from hood bitches that thought she was pretty. And my aunt was the valedictorian. I mean, my mom was the valedictorian and she was quiet and shy, yada yada. So I get the whole thing of pretty punishment, like, oh, hood, ugly chicks don't like the pretty girl or the light skinned girl, blah blah. Like my mom was pale skinned. But again, I have the same skin tone as my dad. I'm brown skin, whatever. But my mom had a completely different experience from us. We're ninjas. But my mom was a pale skin chick. So I get that whole, oh, these girls bully me. Like I get that. But that doesn't apply to her specific industry. That's what I'm saying. That's it. Go ahead.
Oh, I was
And
gonna I was gonna mention that that like I was gonna make a point that I think pretty punishment exists in all fields, at least when it comes to women. But since like you have more experience with college stuff, but one thing one time a host told me who was like studying
And
to
I,
be
cou- I could I
nursing.
could be wrong,
She,
obviously. Some of
no,
that is
I
anecdotal
mean
to
I
be
think you're
fair.
more
Just
right
just,
because
just, just
she
to be
told
fair.
me
Yeah.
about how like in nursing, a lot of the other majors like they think they're a cult because they're always studying together. They're always like as a group, they don't go outside much as like when it comes to more important things. I was like, oh yeah, I can see that happen. Like calling that back to that, I can see like the point you're making. But I will say, when it comes to like pretty privilege and pretty punishment, I think at least with women, it's like more collective because I think like the Chaz or the pretty boys. I mean, again, it depends like on fields and stuff like that. There's like more of a like a respect, or you tend to treat them differently. But with women, it can be I've seen, especially in restaurant settings, it can be pretty bad because like the pretty chick, like she does something wrong and she's kind of like confident, or you could say arrogant. Like the other like waitresses or hostess, they can have it against her like pretty bad, especially if she's treated better by the line, or dudes simp for her more or whatever, but like in like it's but that's like more like, at least in restaurants, is more like a high school setting with like power dynamics and whatever. So
so Ainsley
it
was
might skew my view a little bit of how, when it comes to like pretty punishment stuff like that. you
nah,
know
but
it, it,
it's
it
just
can pretty privilege can also put like a target on you. That's what I was trying to make a
yeah,
point.
yeah,
Like it can give you a lot of privilege and benefits, but it can also be a double-edged sword.
okay, so Ainsley basically like yes, isn't that just jealousy with extra steps? Exactly, So it's
It's
she's
jealous.
complaining. She's complaining about like just in her case, she's just complaining about nothing.
But in my book, Live Your Promise, um, I thought, wait a minute, I got to make sure I give everybody I come in contact with these principles because everyone deserves that freedom and that healing that I'm experiencing, what I call God's peace. All right. And so with that, people got a whiff of it. And, the fan base, the folks made me famous, made me a celebrity. I did not grow up and say, hey, I want to just listen, I'm a good looking woman. I've had access to the industry for my entire life. If I wanted to
She's
be famous,
basically saying
I would have
she's
went
had a
maybe the
lot of
actress route
access to
or the modeling
Chads and
route.
Tyrones who wanted her for sexual access. Sorry, I gotta go with the red pill translation over there.
Wait, B Watkins, do you watch Gant Pill, aka Gantstar?
um, I don't. I mean, look, I'll be honest. There's like
No, because
random.
I would just because some of his commenters, like they have
Let,
so many similar names. I wasn't sure if you were one
let,
of
let me
his.
check. What was his name? Gant Pill or
Yeah, his current channel is Gant Pill. Gantstar was his deleted channel because he does
Gant?
those call out videos of like red pillars and
Oh,
like
I've never.
manosphere.
I, I've never seen him. There's other channels that I might have seen because I think his name was Goblin Maxing or something
Oh
like
no,
that.
no, no,
No,
no.
no, that's
That-
probably a different
oh no,
guy. Yeah, because
so it's
I
not
think
you
I
then.
might have
That's
gotten
not
him
you
at
then.
recommend, but I've never seen his
Yeah.
channels because like I
No,
don't
one
want to
of his
be like
commenters is like Brian W or something with a B and a W. It's something so generic. That's why I couldn't tell. But like a lot of his commenters be watching the same Manosphere stuff. So I was like, is this the same guy? Is this one of his? Oh no, but yeah,
yeah, I
Easy
don't
call
think
for
I've
me.
ever seen that.
yeah,
I might have seen him in what was it called, a in algorithm recommendations, but I've never seen
yeah.
him. I don't know
I
because
mean,
I'll
if
be
you
honest,
ever
I'm into
see
the
one of
looks.
my channels, you'll see him talk. He's in plenty of my videos. So you'll if if he whatever. But yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Because I think I have seen your channel. So like, there's like a lot of channels that I'll like watch for a while, but then I stopped watching. Not because of lack of interest, but it's just like the algorithm doesn't upload them anymore on my feed, or I just like sometimes forget because there'll be times where I just
Yeah.
don't watch YouTube, or I'll just like focus on listening to music, or I work too much and I just want to like get home and watch a movie or just sleep.
Or the
But
modeling route.
yeah,
Easy call for me. This route or the modeling route. Easy call for me. So none of that. No one goes to college and gets multiple degrees to say I want to be famous. Now, do I love it here? Yeah, I love it. I'm grateful for it. I
I
appreciate it.
mean,
If folks would
I kind of
focus on,
disagree
Doc,
with her on
how did you
that. Like,
create your own lane? I
with the whole
don't
thing
want to
that,
be
oh,
you.
nobody goes to college to get famous for multiple degrees. I mean, I think it's like at one point, like maybe it's like because I have a different view of it. Like I have like, okay, the best way I would explain it is that a lot of people who like have such ambition to like strive and conquer and like be known, they do have some more of an element of egoism, of a not even egoism, more of a narcissistic element. They're like full narcissists, but they also want to be known and like for their field and being renowned in other fields. Like, so like she would be disingenuous for her to be like, oh well, nobody ever goes to college to be famous.
Wait, who you talk? Are you talking about girls in
Damn
general
it.
or Cheyenne Bryant? My bad. I was
No, I
just
mean I'm talking about like what Cheyenne Bryant said about how like she didn't mean to go to college to be famous and stuff like that. I'm like,
Yeah,
Oh yeah,
right.
because
no,
like you said, narcissistic with another. I heard someone else talk about solipsism and how most women are solipsistic by nature or something like that. I
You
don't know if
um,
that's
create your own lane.
related to.
I mean I don't really know how to explain this because sometimes I view like humans as more like through look through like a through more of like less how like a psychology and more like, and they say why are women like always like chad chasing, but they also like to have lots of attention, because that just means that they would be there, that they're at the higher part of the social group, or like the, what's it called, the tribe, or
Oh,
the like the
well,
herd,
the
yeah, the
top of the food
herd.
chain, or
Yeah, like top of food chain, but more like so like the herd. So therefore, they have
yeah.
better access
Oh yeah, they're
better
they're at the higher
food,
rank in the tribe
resources.
or the
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
yeah, yeah. You know how like in herd, especially with mammals, there's the bull, and then there's like the matriarch who gets like who like basically is at the highest social part of the herd type stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doc, how did you create your own lane? I don't want to be you, but damn it, I want my own lane to occupy. I would give them the tools like I'm doing in my book, Live Your Promise, about how I did it, how I went from
Oh,
the hoods to the hills.
there we
Was
go
it hard?
again.
Yeah.
She's
Is it possible?
advertises her
Absolutely. Am I
book,
the
you
only one
know.
that can do it? Hell no. The tools I use, if you apply it, you would get the same result. Just like baking a cake.
$10, she's
People
gonna
like, well, how
mention
can she
her
tell me
book
about
right
my
now.
marriage when she
Yeah.
hasn't been married? Or how can she tell me about my family or my kids when she hasn't been through that? Even though you studied it and you got your degree in it. So what do you say to those people?
So you just gonna cook the whole interview, just gonna cook. All your questions gonna be
Because you know what? Because
just
I'll be honest, I didn't
tell them that
She just doesn't like questions.
Well, of
we
course,
talked about
Chris, she
this
doesn't like
I know,
questions
but
interview.
because
what I think,
she
like,
would be
and I
put
look,
under
it wasn't like,
scrutiny
2
if,
years.
like,
Say that
if
again.
it. Of course, she doesn't like questions because if she would be put under scrutiny, because like even this dude, like the dude you have on screen, the guy that's like interviewing her, like he's not even just giving her hard questions. He's just giving the usual like simp like not even sim questions, just like the
Yeah,
softball questions
DJ
where she
Envy
can
is blue
easily
pill.
ignore like the question, the majority of the question, but still sound like
Yeah.
she actually answered it in depth, and she's already cracking. Like imagine if she was with Corey Holcomb and he's like actually like grilling her, or any
Yo,
other.
Chris, imagine if she was getting interviewed by
Oh, that
that
lawyer.
brown skin dude that
Yeah, yeah,
interviewed
yeah,
Mika about
yeah,
Anton Daniels.
yeah, yeah. I was just thinking that. Yeah, yeah.
She would have cracked like 60 seconds in.
Yeah, that guy needs to do more interviews like on people like that.
Well, this is like a week ago. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, y'all trying to stomp out the Cheyenne Bryant like my Knicks did the Philly Sixers.
Your question was, what do I think about people who say I'm not married,
Like
so
she
how can
even
I
got
teach them? So this is the
angry.
thing.
He's like,
I do
"Oh,
not teach people
she
how to be married.
stomp out Cheyenne
Marriage is between
Bryant."
you
Like
and your
she's like got angry, and he doesn't even. He's like defending her, but the mere thought of somebody like going after her is enough for her to get offended. Be like, "Oh, is this MMFer gonna start asking hardball questions to make me look bad?"
She probably already even told them in the beginning, like not to even ask
Oh
certain
yeah,
questions,
hell yeah.
and she's still cracking under the pressure. So it's that's kind of
Oh,
funny.
Chris,
partner. That's
Chris, before I forget, the other reason, not just with Mika, even though obviously that interview is legendary, is classic. Even though I don't keep up with Anton as much anymore because it's annoying. I think it's overkill the way people cover Anton, but I did pay attention to that. But the one thing I want to say before I forget, the reason, like you said, he should interview more people. I want him to interview more Keisha specifically. And my reasoning is not that he wouldn't hold men's feet to the fire too, but he's a unique interviewer because he's not seen as a toxic, masculine black manosphere creator. So he can press women but he's also not seen as like a Kevin Samuels, like a metrosexual woman hater. Like he's
Yeah,
seen as
but
like
the
a
issue with
whatever.
that
Like
long
he
term is that
he can press women and they can't call him an inkwell or call him a fresh and fit. Like they can't say he's a Myron Gaines follower or
an Andrew Tate follower
yeah,
or
Andrew
Sneeko follower.
Tate
But the issue with that long
or
term is that
Michael
the moment
Sartain or any of these weirdos, whoever you want to name.
Yeah, but the issue with that long term is that the moment he starts grilling these like Keisha types,
Yeah.
that's when like all this negative press is gonna go his way, and like the
Yeah.
media and Keisha's are gonna change his perspective, even if he remains unchanged and he's like not exactly like hard on the red pill with these women. Like that's how he's gonna be perceived, and by the time you know it, he's gonna be when people on, especially on Reddit or Twitter or whatever, talk about like these bad hombre black manosphere dudes. They're
No,
gonna put
but
him
B,
up there
you
with
know,
Andrew
I say
Tate
that
and
from personal
Sneeko.
experience too. B. Not to cut you off. I was just saying because I forgot to mention it. Um, Even in my personal life, on my burners that have nothing to do with YouTube or whatever, on Instagram or whatever,
Yep, yep.
women would judge me like uh like if I'm arguing with a chick, she'll say certain stuff. Whereas the dude that was interviewing Mika, they couldn't get off those same insults. Like me, if I make a good point, like a logical point, all a woman is gonna say, she's gonna call me an inkwell, or she's gonna be like, oh, you're a black pillar, or she
Or you're a
whatever. I don't know,
misogynist,
whatever. She gonna say
evil Andrew
anything, right?
Tate
But look,
worshiping. Yeah, I get you.
yeah. But B, Eve, my point is though, just to drive the point home before y'all play the video,
Yep.
even when I had my ex-girlfriends on my page, because I used to be more open. I used to post my dates when I went on dates with chicks and my female friends and shit, like whatever. So women would scroll through my page and they would skip over certain girls and they would pick a girl they thought was ugly and they would
Yeah.
leave comments under that girl and say, "Oh, your girlfriend that got a big nose and this and that." And mind you, this is another black girl with a big nose that's overweight saying this. So it
Yeah,
doesn't.
it's always
So to me, it didn't make sense. 'Cause I'm like, okay, you still look worse than her, so I don't get it. She's at least in shape. She just got a big nose. I don't give a
a
fuck. I got
cope
a big nose
approach.
too.
You and me,
Yeah.
like we both know are like black
Yeah.
pill lingual.
No, but B, my point is, I
As
just say
Zoomer,
all
do
that
you
to
know
say
who
this, just to
Zoomer
sum all
Trader
that in one
is?
point, because I know
Yeah,
I'm
like
long winded. I say all that to say this: no matter what logical point you take, or what vantage point you're arguing from,
yep, yep.
chicks, it doesn't matter because they're not arguing on that playing field to begin with. even if you're right, they're just going to go to your Instagram page and call your girlfriend ugly.
Yeah, they're not arguing through like
So
a lens of like ideology
yeah,
or even perspective. It's more about the looks. Like if it's Chad, like I don't like I know I'm probably going in like black pill too much, like black pilling, but if it's Chad, it's harder for them to argue because they don't really have much to like go against. Like likely if he's Chad, he has like a pretty girlfriend, or even
yeah,
if
oh
it's like
yeah.
below his standards, it's still likely a point of like a
Yeah,
point S and B
it's still
over
probably a
her.
6 out of 10. Is something good. It's something that
Not even
yeah,
a
it's
six,
something
maybe like a
respectable. Yeah,
6.5 or a seven. And like the
yeah.
majority of chicks that would go against him are sixes or fives. But I was gonna
Oh, and
actually
B,
make a
by the
point.
way, half of the chicks insulting my ex, it wasn't like they were all light skinned chicks either. Some of them were they looked like they had the same features or more African features, or they were brown or dark skinned. So I'm like, okay,
Like what you even
what point do
arguing like
y'all
it
think y'all are making fun of a dark skinned chick when y'all are the
when you're
same skin
probably
tone as
darker
her? That
or
doesn't make sense.
yeah, it's like that's weird thing because like you'll see like
That's
I
why I
mean
think
I was actually gonna
women
make
might be more colorist than men. I think they might be.
unironically, they are. Like,
They,
ironically, they are. Because, like, a man, you can see this dude who looks like he's freaking a Germanic prince or a Nordic prince or whatever, who'll be dating the dark skinned Latina or the
Hmm.
Asian chick, and they're always gonna be like a white woman, or even like lighter skinned Asian or Latina chicks, and they'll be talking about how brown she is and like whatever. It's like always what I noticed. Especially
and
with somebody
I
who has
think
like
men. I think correct me if I'm wrong. I think men as a whole, like men of every race, or maybe not every race, but almost every race, they're more lenient when it comes to phenotype. Like they're more willing to date a different skin color than women. Like women are more likely to be loyal to their. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's the general thing.
I mean, it's less that they're loyal to their like. Oh,
Not.
it's more
I'm
like
not. I'm not saying that. Not literally speaking. It could not. But I'm just saying statistically, it's just less likely to happen. I mean, the cause for it is up to debate, obviously. But I'm just saying, like, you're more likely to, because I feel like men, because we're the pursuer, we're more likely to be lenient on, okay, I might get a Latina, I might do this, I might do that.
yeah, you might
Whereas
get it.
women, they kind of have a surplus of options from every phenotype. So
Well,
they
yeah,
can
and when
afford
it
to be
comes,
picky. No,
yeah,
like
because at the end of the day,
women could say, "Oh, I don't want any Hispanic men, period," and it wouldn't
yeah,
affect her dating pool
yeah,
because
because she
she
would
would
still
have
have the
thousands of
age.
options regardless. That's my
Yeah, she
point.
would still have the white, black, and
Yeah,
Asian,
yeah, no, yeah,
and
that's what
like
I'm saying. So, like, I'm just
yeah,
saying,
but with
it's
men, you
just
can't. As a
mathematics. I'm
man,
not
you
even
can't.
speaking. I'm not even judging women. If I was
It's
in their
just a
position, I'd be
biological.
doing the same shit. I mean, maybe
Yeah,
I wouldn't,
because
but
I mean, I personally wouldn't, but
yeah.
it's like the same thing. Because even I've seen like Chads, though they will date some really interesting types. Like I'm not gonna like blame them because I also have like I get shit on a lot about my types, but at the same time, like they don't like a lot of Chads. They just will
I mean,
not like
I
write
think
off a
Chads
lot of
date out
final.
more than white women, but the thing is, white men, it's kind of limited to. I feel like they mainly the top two is kind of like
Asian and Latina. When it comes,
Eastern Asian, or Pacific Islander and Latinas.
yeah, that's what because outside of
Those
like
are like the
white
top
women,
two.
that's what they date. Like what I see
Yeah,
white men date the most. They date like Latinas, and as you say, like more like Sino Asian. Like not from like like the southeast part, like India, like so like of Asia or the
yeah,
subcontinent, but more like the Sino. Korean, Japanese, and Chinese, and after that, it's like it's becoming more prevalent. Like Filipino chicks, because that's where like that's
yeah.
because like I mean, sure, because there's more like Indian migrants stuff like that. You see
Oh, of
more like
course,
white
yeah.
dudes with Indians, but when it comes to like pure percentage numbers and even raw like numbers, it's like still like Asian girls and Latinas and stuff like that. But like Sino Asian, that's like
Because
that's
because the Eastern Asian statistic is so it's to the point where even like people who don't watch YouTube or the Manosphere stuff at all, like I've had coworkers and stuff when we have like a couple come in, like a client, like a white guy, and his wife
Asian.
happens to be Asian.
Yeah,
I've had coworkers chuckle because they saw how the guy looked and they're like, damn, we know he only dating her because he got money or because he a white guy or this or that. Like, and again, these are coworkers. They don't have any idea. Like, they don't watch. Like, if I
yeah, they
name,
don't.
like, they don't
On
know they don't even know Fresh and Fit. Like, these are like complete,
like
just
norm, they're
regular
just
people.
normal people who
Oh,
like
you
Yeah.
mean
they don't really
normies?
focus on that.
Nor
Like
they're NPCs, they're normies. But
yeah,
I'm just saying it's that prevalent that like because even white chicks, there are white chicks on TikTok that make fun of Asian women for dating like just random white
White
dudes
guys?
in Asia. And they're
Mm.
acting like he's Justin Bieber or Brad Pitt or Leonardo DiCaprio.
this is something
So,
I don't think I've seen like I've joked to this about Chronic like there's like in his like now deleted stream. I once joked that the
oh, I
end
know
goal of
Chronic has.
feminism,
Oh my God, I know Chronic agrees with me on this.
like I was gonna like the end goal of feminism is was always going to be white women fighting with white ethnic women over white Chad, or in this case more like Chad. And that was like what I think the manosphere hasn't like addressed, that like like white women are gonna start having, probably gonna get like more like not racist but more like exclusionary towards like ethnic women, because like the competition for chads in the future will be far more like worse for them. Like their spot as like the you could say like as the top tier women in the West isn't gonna be as secure as it was 50 to 80 years ago.
All right. So oh shoot, Reaper's oh damn, Reaper was just on, but he checked out.
Yeah.
But let me I'm gonna finish this video off real quick.
Your agreement. That's your covenant. And however you two decide to create and curate your marriage. I can't teach you that. What I teach people is how to get out of their own way, because happy, healed people make happy, healed marriages. Miserable, unhappy people create miserable marriages. Traumatized out folks create trauma bonds. Healed people create healed bonds. I teach you, Envy, how do you process through your trauma so you don't bleed on your wife? I teach you, Lauren, how do you get out of your daddy issues? Not saying you have them, your daddy issues, your parental issues. Okay, well, I'm on point today. Out of your daddy issues, right? So that you don't point and project your pain onto this man who is loving the hell out of you and doesn't deserve that. If I could teach you how to heal those and how to get out of your way with that, then I have helped you become a better woman for yourself, which in return is going to do what? Benefit the collective of that marriage. No one can teach people how to be married. We teach you how to get out of your own way so you and your partner can be healthy. That's it. Because no matter how much we teach you the proper tools of marriage, if you are traumatized out and you're abandonment and sabotaging this thing, those tools will not be effective until I help you get out of your way.
Okay, so let
The
me
conversation
check
about
some of the comments real quick. And I'm pretty sure most of the comments is just gonna address just gonna address her lying. Somebody said the Breakfast Club stay having scammers on their show. Ironically, this woman needs to see a therapist. Pathological lying is a mental health issue. This is true. That's something I've always, I try to put that point home. No license, no doctorate. Next, somebody else says I work in higher education, and this is not how it works. We have student education records in digital format dating back to the 60s. Anything earlier is stored on microfilm. She's just sitting on here lying. Somebody said anyone who believes her is a fool. Spoiler alert, the dissertation does not exist. Somebody said imagine getting offered a refund for an entire doctorate program. That would never happen. Somebody said, bruh, my granddaddy got his PhD in psychology in 1953, and I found his dissertation online. He went to Western Reserve University. You're talking 73 years ago. So if they can't find hers, she's capping. So Somebody said two scammers having a
Having
conversation.
a conversation.
So yeah,
Yeah,
this is
like all the
just
stuff we were mentioning before we got to the comments, like everyone was mentioning. It's like I don't think anyone with half a brain cell would believe this shit if you really like observed and heard what she was saying for more than 5 minutes.
yeah.
Dog, why are you trying so fucking hard? Sorry about that. I will do something else.
Honestly, like the worst part of this for her, like, and I'm not trying to like endorse her or everything, but this alleged doctor, like if she just been honest, like, but like in a kind of like a quick, oh yeah, I was like this, and she just kind of pivoted herself towards like grifter, entertainment, pseudoscience stuff. I think she would still have like a pretty big audience, and it would have been like this scandal would have been more controversy would have been mostly forgotten, especially she kind of leaned into tongue in cheek way.
Oh, AJ is in the studio. Let me add him in real quick. What's up,
Warm it up,
AJ?
Chris.
What's good, AJ?
What's up,
You guys,
AJ?
what's
Speak
good?
of the devil. Speak of the devil. No, I'm kidding.
I thought you might. I don't want to talk about it, okay? But you guys realize that the part of this whole thing is the whole PhD thing with all the B dubs is just PhDs are just thrown around. You never know who has one, and when they do have one, it's in underwater lesbian studies. You know, did you guys
Yeah, I
ever
mean,
see that one Dr. Phil where they were talking about student loan debt? And that black woman, she was on there, and she's like, "I did all my work to get my PhD. I'm Doctor such and such," and her doctorate was in like African dance theory or
Oh
something.
my good, yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah,
see that episode, but I
yeah,
know. I went to school with women like what you're talking about. So
yeah,
oh my
yeah,
god,
that's
yeah,
the issue with like
yeah.
the whole American school system. We have like PhDs for things that don't like. I mean, maybe it's because different because in like Spanish, as far as I know, in like this whole Spanish speaking world, when they refer to doctorate, like it's always like doctorate in the sense that you're like in the advanced studies and within
Hmm.
your field like they
yeah,
because like they always like at least in school they always like push that you're not supposed to call a medical practitioner a doctor, he's just a medic, like he's
yeah,
like like they don't push like, oh, he's a doctor just because he practices medicine. It's always more like it's like an outer title. It doesn't mean that
Well,
you're an actual doctor. It's more like it's like the tier of your degree in your own studies within your field rather
well,
than
well.
just
The
meaning
issue
doctor.
with this whole thing is that remember that So I'm the last year of Gen X.
Wait,
So Gen X,
AJ, aren't you streaming right now?
no,
Or you're streaming? Okay, I was
I
about to.
was
Okay,
streaming
go
at
ahead.
like 5 p.m. Eastern
Oh,
time.
okay.
Yeah. So uh my generation and then millennials and even Gen Z, we're the ones pushed into you're gonna go to college, you're gonna go to college, you're gonna go to college, right?
Yep.
So all of a sudden, when there was a large push for society to go to college, let's just say that you had Chris Mike College, and for the last 100 years, he only had a business program, math, biology, and law school. Well, now he knows there's going to be a whole bunch of people going to college, especially women. So he's going to open up an English program, a gender studies program, an African American studies
The
program, a
underwater
communications
ceramic
program. Yeah,
technician
Oh yeah.
underwater
program.
lesbian dance theory, right? And what happened?
Recreational management.
Thank you, thank
Yeah,
you. And what
greenskin
happens is
studies,
just
symbology is the
yes,
program.
just like junkies, he knows that these women they can't they get hooked on school, so they want to go and do their bachelor's, and then so why wouldn't Chris have a PhD in underwater lesbian scissoring? You know what I'm saying? Why not? If they're gonna
Yeah.
go, you
And
know.
look, I
Lesbian.
just want to say, just for the audience who may call me out, and Chris's or my audience who may say I'm a hypocrite. The only reason I majored in political science in undergrad was because at the time
Well, you were
I was
woke.
going to be a lawyer and
Yeah,
I didn't want to take a super hard major for no reason if I wasn't going to go to STEM anyway. Even in hindsight, obviously I would have chose a STEM major. I would have stopped being lazy. Obviously, I had the academics and all that to, I qualified for calculus as a freshman, but I was just lazy. I was like, let me just major in political science. The math requirements are super easy. That's on me. I get it. So, but whatever.
Well, the
Hey,
thing is,
Coach, I
But
got a
again, I didn't
question.
major in basket weaving though.
Yeah.
but political science. Remember,
But
because
I'm just saying, I wanted to be a little bit fair. I don't want to make it seem like I'm some masters in physics and computer science or something
all
That's
crazy.
you
all
have to
right. No,
You
let me
know,
say
ask a
is that you're
yeah.
question.
planning
Like,
Go
on going to
ahead.
maybe
law school.
I vaguely remember, but wasn't it like in the early to like late? No, like early from the early 2000s to like late 2000. No, early 2010s, like really early 2010. Like political science, a pretty big major at the time. Like it was like kind of pushed.
It
That's
was
what
okay. I
No.
mean,
All the
I'm not
magazines.
saying it was a bad major. I just wouldn't. I just wouldn't hold it in the same esteem as like computer science or physics or any STEM
no, I
related
mean
major,
I
or
mean in
even
the
or
sense that it
even
was like
even some
popular back in the
intensive bit,
day.
because some business majors are pretty math intensive. So depending on the business major, like now I'm not talking about like marketing. I'm talking about like if you're taking something like
Business
one of those like accounting or whatever, where
finance.
you
Yeah,
all you do is
accounting or
math all day. I
Yeah,
mean that
yeah.
that's different. Here's the thing: poli
yeah.
sci was big in the late 1800s, and then from like 1901 to about 1999, 2000, 2001.
Yeah.
Because remember, a lot of presidents, ambassadors, senators, they
Oh
all went
yeah, yeah.
did political science, and a lot of lawyers do political science. What took political science out was my generation. When we went to college, all the chicks started doing poli sci, and it watered down the field. That was the problem. And then
Wow.
they
Here's
didn't
also
do
a
anything.
thing
And
I
then
don't
here's the thing
see
too:
like
the
that.
Wait,
tuition went.
AJ, are you early 40s? Because I'm a late millennial. I'm
I'm,
I'm 37, so
I'm
or I guess
45.
was that a mid to
Yeah,
late?
you're like a older millennial.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So you're
So
you're like a not you're
45.
like half a generation
Yeah,
ahead of
I'm like
me.
I'll be 46 here this year. So
Okay.
I'm like the
Okay,
last
yeah.
year of Gen X. But the issue is, guys, so from when I started college in 2000 to when I graduated from grad school in 2009, because I took breaks between years,
Yep.
tuition went up by almost 300%. You
Yeah,
know what I'm
because
saying?
I'm Gen
Oh
Z,
yeah, the
so I still
tuition was
remember.
crazy,
It's
bro.
crazy. Like it's
Yeah.
absolutely absurd. No, but once you had said you were going to go to law school, it makes sense that you majored in poli sci. And here's the thing: if you poli sci, because my degree is in public policy, my undergrad's in public administration, and my master's is in public policy. So you can do a lot. You just have to network and actually get out there and do it, which women
Yeah, no, I
won't
agree
do.
with that.
You know what I'm
Cause
saying?
I've
You
been
don't
I've
have
been
to
like
do
a
it.
project coordinator before and
Yeah.
shit like
Yep.
that. Like I've been in a few random industries or whatever, just like without even a degree, just like having certain skills and having certain good companies vouch for me, like for on my next interview or whatever. But yeah,
Yeah, but I just think that these PhDs and back to the topic here, all these chicks they want to go to an Ivy League just for the sake of going to an Ivy League, even though they'll have a scholarship at a regular school. Oh no, I'll go to Yale and then be $400,000 in debt.
But
And
hey, AJ, if they don't go to those Ivy League college, how will they find Prince Charming, whose family comes from the Mayflower? They're 6'5", and their family owns a bunch of estates and millions of dollars.
that's
And then
crazy.
they'll let him hit on the first date, and then he'll ghost them, and then they'll cry that Chad just won't commit, and it's all men's fault now.
Well, I can tell
Especially
you,
B. Watkins, whose greenness causes women to be revolted. Yeah, of course, greenskins are always getting blamed for somehow. I wasn't even.
Undid
yeah,
and Ruby the Pork Frog.
Yeah,
my brother's
I miss Ribby.
ex-girlfriend, she was this hot red bone, right? And she went to Howard for undergrad, full ride. And then her senior year, she met this guy, black guy, doctor. He was done. He was doing his residency. So they were in DC. They met the senior year. Her senior year. She had no student loan debt. He said, "Hey, look." He proposed and said, "Hey, look, let's move to Connecticut because that's where his residency was." Well, then she found out she got into college. Into grad school at Columbia in New York. So she had a choice: marry a black doctor,
a future successful man who can
or
provide
go
and
to
protect
Columbia
for her.
a master's in education. Guess which one she did?
Master's in education.
Thank you very much. So she went from no student loan debt to $130,000 in student loan debt.
But hey, AJ,
Wow.
if you ask her about if she regrets it, her regret was getting old and Chad didn't want her anymore. Not the regret that she left the guy who would have married and taken care of her and she wouldn't have to worry about financially. Like that was her biggest regret, getting old.
Yeah. But yeah, so she called my brother years later and was like, "Yeah, I just wish I'd never done that and my life sucks and blah, 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 blah." Because she was working 3 jobs to try and pay off her student loan debt. Yeah. And then the worst part, is anyone here military or former military?
No.
Okay.
I mean,
so this chick, she joined the Navy because she wanted to take care of her student loans. So she had a master's from Columbia, right? Guys, she enlisted in the Navy. She didn't go to officer school because she couldn't wait. She had to get in. She enlisted in the Navy.
It's a lot of women I knew that did that.
That's the dumbest thing I've ever heard. So
she's just like an active
fuck up. Like this is the type of chick
Yeah.
that would fuck up a cup of coffee. Like let's be honest, from what AJ described, like you send her to make you a cup of coffee, she brings you tea. You ask her to bring your tea, she brings you warm water.
She puts what's the little cube thing, the bouillon. You make soup out of her, and everything. She puts that in there. You're like, what is this?
Yeah, she would find a way to burn water.
Yeah, she did her military time, but then I figured out that her GI Bill won't cover all of her student loans. So she did 4 years active duty in the Navy and still came out with student loans.
I will say, I know, look, I will say this, what did you expect from Uncle Sam? Like, Uncle Sam is like the roommate you live with. He says he'll take care of the apartment's on his name, and he'll take care of the bills and whatever. He sets you the amount of bills, and when the day comes, he's like, "Oh, we're actually short 200 because I kind of spend it on weed or whatever."
But the thing is there's a cap for the amount. So they covered like $80,000, $90,000, the cost of what average undergrad costs. She just
the issues that her debt was probably like $300K, I imagine.
Yeah, it was like 140, 150K for 2 years of school. And that's the thing that you see about these chicks and these student loan debt. They used to use economically unattractive for us guys. Now we have to use it for them because, man, if you're out there talking to these broads and they say they got debt, they got high interest car loans, credit card debt, student loan debt, bastard kids, evictions, you know what I'm saying? You cannot tether yourself to that. You cannot let these chicks in your life. That's what I say about Chris. Chris, how old are you again?
27.
So 27 and up, right?
Mm-hmm.
27 to like my age. Guys, think about how much we've saved. We've lived below our means. We've invested. We've created our peace, our kind of bubble of peace and tranquility. And you're going to let some money grubbing in debt dunderhead broad into your life?
Yeah, but hey, AJ, here's the thing you're not thinking. You probably know what these dudes are thinking, but when a dude who has his act together but hasn't had a woman in a while sees a single mom with these six-figure dad and evictions, he sees her open her legs and all he can think is puniti, and in his mind just like completely melts.
Yeah, he's thinking he can fix it, guys.
Here I come to save the day.
He's trying to save the day. He's trying to be the
Hey, look,
superhero,
I
man.
will say this: if Will
No way.
Smith wasn't enough for Jada Pinkett Smith to like become a proper woman and stop thinking about Tupac, you know, and he's like super rich, he's like 6 feet tall, he's the epitome of black excellence. Well, before he ruined his image, what what chance does plain John with his decent salary government job and low interest mortgage gonna do to change a former 304?
Well, B. Watkins, here's the thing that's crazy to me, because I don't know if you guys have ever traveled. I've been, Brazil, Colombia, you know what I'm saying? Peru, Uruguay, Argentina, Europe, you know what I'm saying? There are men who who literally sell pineapples at the pineapple stand in Rio, and they get an attractive, submissive chick. And yet, there are
I don't
men in
want
the
to be
West.
I go against what you say, but this is always what I've kind of had not like a schism, but my criticism against passport bro movement. The issue is that the countries the passport bros visited 20 years ago, they are not the same now, because Brazil has really anti-male laws, and
They
Mexico too,
do.
Argentina, they're not the same places that passport bros went to 40 years
They
ago.
do,
They
but
have some really they have worse laws than even the US. The only thing saving grace I think that Mexico has is that they have the concept, the legal concept of that you can when you marry, you can just immediately set up separated assets and stuff like that. And I think you can even decide how the custody would go when you're about to divorce, when you're about to get married and stuff like that. That's kind of the only benefit I can see.
well, the issue is you got to stay out of the touristy areas. So, I have friends
No,
in Berlin.
that's not even the
Listen,
tourist areas.
listen.
This is I've lived in Mexico, and even these country girls, they can be massive
But here's the thing:
304s. It's not even it's
Mexico's just
spreading
cooked
everywhere.
anyways. But I have
Well,
friends of
yeah,
mine
it's
in Brazil,
yeah,
or I have friends of mine. My friend's wife's from Indonesia. My other friend's wife's from Thailand. My other friend's wife's from the Czech Republic. My other friend's wife is Polish, and my other friend's wife's from Vietnam. Right?
yeah.
And
Oh man.
the trick is, if you
They don't you don't bring them to the America. That's the trick.
hold on. Listen. My friend's wife is Indonesian, right? And there's a big Indonesian community in Phoenix. So when he moved her here, she does nothing but hang out with Indonesian women. So she's either she was a housewife, I guess, for the first 6 years, and now she works as an accountant. But other than that, she's at her community center or at her little mosque, because she's Muslim, he isn't, and she hangs out with nothing but married Indonesian women. She can't stand
I mean,
Western
I
women.
can see your point there, especially since if I think women, when they're conservative, they tend to police each other better, even if it's for the wrong reasons. It's more to
Yeah.
to see who's better economically. But the issue is that at the end of the day, you're still in the West, and these women can still be susceptible to these Western ideology. But at the end of the day, it's just because passport bros, when they go overseas, they become the top 20 to 10% of men, it doesn't mean that they've just changed their
Yeah.
situation as who they are genetically or socially. It's just that they went to another country and they immediately just raised up on the social hierarchy.
Well, I
But
can tell you
back
that.
home, they when they return to the States with their wife, they're just back to the same playing field, and it's
Well,
equally as dangerous.
I
I'm not
would
trying to go against the passport bro
no.
movement. I know what why it exists. It's just that
This was the
the issue
thing.
is that the world has become so globalized that these ideas have started to spread and set root in a lot of the world, even in places that are considered conservative.
Well, this is the thing that I can say is this: there's going to be guys who want to date and get married and have kids. Now, I'm not having
Yeah, that's
kids.
always gonna
That's not.
be a
Yes,
thing.
but
I
what
mean,
I'm
I
saying is
personally
that,
wish I could get
hold on.
married, but yep,
Let's kind of have a dialogue here, right? So
yep.
here's the thing: if you're gonna roll the dice, right? Which I don't recommend you do, but there's gonna be guys who will. Guys, we can try and say be MGTOW, or I call it men minding their own business. That's what I call it. Just indifferent, right? But there's gonna be you guys as friends and cousins and stuff who I want to have kids and get married. You're better off importing one, at least getting a thin.
You're better off playing with a dice
Mm-hmm.
that has like better chances than the Western dice, which is like no matter
you're
how many
better off
times you
starting
roll
with a cute Colombian or Polish or Czech broad that'll cook clean for at least maybe 10, 12 years before the
15 if
then
you're
starting
lucky.
with look, I'm from Seattle, a green-haired, bull-ringed, having tatted up, feminist broad. If you're gonna get cooked, at least get cooked by like a hot kind of foreign chick than a friggin' fat lesbian looking broad.
Undead
that some of my
Chronic kind of
friends
has
got
that.
cooked.
Wait, AJ, are you a
like-
Seahawks fan?
You know it. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay, of course, of course, yeah. We just won, so I'm basking in the glory right now.
Darnold is the ginger who was promised. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Let's go.
Anyway,
Yo, Winers fans are so mad right now.
We beat the Niners, the Rams, and the Patriots back to back.
Oh my god!
Yeah, screw the
man.
Patriots. I was gonna, because Undead Chronic has like this, like it's not like his like point of view. He's like still kind of against like marriage, but he does like say that he'd rather spend 20 years with an Asian woman who's like submissive and feminine than over like a Western woman for 5 years for 20 years.
Yeah,
something amongst that
saying.
line. Like,
Guys,
I mean,
you
if
ever
you're
have
gonna
a
get
friend
a
of yours
divorce,
who got played by an uggo? You're like, bro, you got played by that? You know, like everyone gets a pass if it's like a 9. Fine, bro. Yeah, she's a single mom, but she's probably crazy. She's hot and has that puts the gawk down. But I've had friends who got played. I'm from Seattle, bro. A Seattle 9 is like a LA 5. There are no real hot chicks in Seattle who aren't Asian. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing but biggins and uggos and lesbians.
I will
Seattle,
say the
trust
issues that like simps, they get outplayed because maybe those uggos. Like, I'm not defending these chicks, right, or whatever. Maybe they do a little thing to Plain John's a little pecker down there that just drives them crazy. I mean, at the end of the day, like the majority of men are just generally simps. Like, as strong as they are, they can fall into temptations. This was what like I don't think it was Cope approach. Because I think I remember vaguely who Chris Mike was talking to the last stream where he like gave me grief. Like, he didn't give me like grief. Like, he was like, "Yeah, I don't see what you're watching, B Watskins." It was like about Alyssa Liu. I was like simping hard for this chick, and I was like, "Yeah, he's got a point. I should. He's doing right calling me out for my simping over there."
Yeah, but that's why I say that our area of YouTube is the most tolerant, because all of us have simped, all of us have been stupid, all of us have got. But once we stop doing it, we accept each other. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'll like give like Undead Chronic like a bunch of grief for like when he simps, because if you guys have seen him, he will like randomly start simping after like having like barely a minute after he had a monologue about how he doesn't even know what simping is, and how if he sees a warband or simp, he will like take their skull, and then he just like, yeah, this chick, if I saw her, I would take her on a date and make sure she's provided and protected for.
AJ, you had the reason why I was laughing earlier when you had mentioned like all your friends basically have foreign wives. Literally same with me.
Yeah.
And then I had like the few people that I know, the few dudes that I knew, they got married. All of them, all the wives were imported. And then one of my friends, he moved to Australia to marry this Australian chick. American women are cooked, bro. They're not getting chose. They're just not getting chose.
Yeah.
They're not even red pill. They're just like, this is just better for me.
Yeah.
So
us men, we're once again, we're all in a race against each other. And I can tell you, like other groups of men, women are helping them stretch and giving them water, and us men, especially us black men, man, we got chicks cutting our Achilles, putting poison in our water bottles. You know what I'm saying? And we look and see, like, why don't we have what other men have? This is not. And once again, guys, this is why. Think of this: if Chris Mike had a pizza joint, he had the only pizza joint in town, and no one's come and eat his pizza. Matter of fact, they're driving to another state to eat his pizza. How bad does his pizza got to be? And that's how these Western chicks are.
Yeah, I mean,
Chicks
no
from
offense to
overseas
Chris
are
Mike's hypothetical pizzeria, but you know, like the quote about how like pizza is good even when it's bad. Like you gotta really mess up pizza for nobody to want to even
Yeah, they're
consume
not
it.
doing
Like,
it.
I say that international chicks are to Western women what white women are to black women. You know how anytime that they see one of us with a white chick, they get all mad because B Dubs want us to be a captive audience, right? When Western women see any of us with a chick that's from overseas, they just can't stand it because they want themselves to be our only option. And this guys are choosing nothing. They're choosing nothing. They're staying home.
yeah,
They're
it's not
playing
like
play.
even if men weren't going away, they still wouldn't date them because it's not even about dating them. It's just about having the feeling of power that they control the dating market in the U.S. and that
Yeah.
men are too simp to like do it. The
Leave.
issues that with like the red pill and how society has changed in a way that even the most normie man is like, maybe I should try like dating outside of of the country.
Yeah.
It just kind of has weakened their power, even if the sympocracy, the government, the pigs are getting angry and like, oh well, real American men date American women, and then but the
Wait,
issue is
B,
that like
are you from like Canada or the UK or something?
no, I was born in the U.S., but my roots are Hispanic, like
Oh, okay, I got you.
Hispanic.
Yeah. Well, I can tell you guys that there's a big shift going on because Gen Z men are not having it. Gen Z men are more conservative than ever. They're more religious than ever. There's this big divide between Gen Z men and Gen Z. When now millennials are cooked because when surveyed, millennial men, it's like 63% claim to be feminists. So millennials are just cooked.
Yeah, that
Unless
was what gonna
there's
I was gonna make a mention about that, about how like how like I mean AJ, you and Copa Pro, I don't know what Pyro the Flame King's the age is, but how like in the movies, I mean at the end of the day Hollywood isn't an accurate view of like how society is per decade, but you can get a tinge. How like in the early 2010, well, like from the late 2010s to like really early mid 2010s, like you had the like tech bro, like philosopher king, and like the tech bro millennials who were progressive, they care about the environment, they were
Yeah.
just portrayed as misguided, but they have their heart in the right place. That's kind of how millennials
Well,
are
yeah, that
are,
was
are as a generation, very
before the tech
feminist.
bros mask slip.
Yeah, like before
well,
the
guys,
yeah, that's what I was
guys,
gonna say.
this
Like before the facade of that they
yeah,
were trying to
but the
build
whole
this
thing
better
started,
world.
guys, was boomers' fault. This is all boomers'
It's
fault.
not even particularly
Yes, it is.
boomers' fault. I
I'll,
mean, it's
I'll tell
boomers'
you why.
fault, but in the
I'll tell you
sense
why.
that, yep.
Did anyone ever see Family Ties, the show? It was Michael J. Fox's first show he ever did, where he was the
Yeah,
Republican,
I know
and
what you're
yeah,
talking about. I've never seen it, but
yeah.
I
But
get
his
the
parents were
general.
the hippies, and then he was a Republican. So the boomers, when they were born, there was a 25-year period of the highest economic growth in the history of mankind. Okay. So when they were in high school and in college, there was so much growth that they were like, hey, all this tradition and traditional
And
values.
prosperity
Yeah.
and
And to hell with this. We
this.
we think that we know better. So they went to college and taught about free love and taking acid and banging and clanging, but then they had just enough prosperity left to where they could cut the shit and then get married and raise a family on one income. But they sowed the seeds of feminism and sexual revolution and destroying the family and all this other stuff. They're the ones who started this crap in the 60s and the 70s.
AJ,
but they
like this
they
might
can still
sound,
benefit
well, I'll let you
in the
finish.
80s.
I don't.
Yeah. But I'm just saying that they're the ones who are like kind of like how Disney during the cough, they were so flush with cash that they started making stupid moves because they stopped doing what got them to the dance in the first place. Or like when Mike Tyson, when he fought Buster Douglas, he stopped doing what got him to the championship. He was out of shape and he got whooped. That's what the boomers did. They sowed the seeds of discord with the Gen X and millennials and Gen Z got cooked by. So
yeah, I get what AJ's saying because me and him weren't even alive during those years. Like we didn't even have a say. Like I was born in '88, so when I was born, all this stuff was in motion for 2-3 decades already.
Well, I'm
When I
Gen
was
Z.
born,
By the
so I
time
didn't
I
have
was
a
old
say
enough
in the
to
matter.
realize what was going on,
It,
I
it was it
figured it
wasn't
was
like I
way
was
too
born in
late.
1945 and I was in my 20s in the 60s and I could have ran for Congress or I could have did this or I could have been in the Negro Leagues or the MLB or been an influential like I wasn't even alive during that time, so
I have a
I didn't have
question
a
for you. I have a
say. So
question.
I get what he's saying. Like millennials and the Gen Xers, like our parents and grandparents, those were the people who were moving and shaking during those years. I mean, I think
Who
that's his
watched
point.
you after school? Did your parents put you in daycare or like not after school, but did you ever go to like a daycare ever?
No, I had a lot of. I was raised by like all women. Like I was always raised by one or two women. Usually, like either my mom and grandmom or my mom and my aunt or my aunt and my
So you
grandma.
had
Like it was always at least 2 or 3 women.
so you had a
Because
family
also
member.
my sisters were all adult women when I was a child. So
Okay, so you had a family
plenty
member
of
to watch you,
babysitters.
and your mom never paid a crap load of money for childcare for you, correct?
There was only one. There was only one babysitter I had, but she and obviously I'm not. I was too young to remember this, but she apparently burned my back with a cigarette or something, and I
No.
think she went. I think she went to jail for it.
Okay, but
Actually,
my point is, when
but
I
yeah,
was young,
but I'm saying after that incident or whatever, I was always like women. Yeah.
but my point
Yeah.
is, this kind of illustrates what I'm saying. So when I was young, my great aunt in the '80s, she's one of the last housewives left, and her side hustle was watching the neighbor kids. So my parents gave her like $20 a week to watch my siblings and I. Okay, and then you were watched by a family member, and you weren't. But now in the 2010s and on, if you're in DC or in New York, the average cost of a child care is $2,400 a month per child. That shows the difference. And what happened with the shift was when boomers decided to say women need to all go to work. There was less of these women that could watch kids, and it created the child care industry to where parents now pay an arm and a leg to send their kids to child care. And that happened in
Hey,
the
AJ, I was
90s and the
gonna.
2000s. So
Yeah, childcare is even destroying like even like middle class families are
yes,
struggling
they can't afford it.
with daycare costs because it's
Yeah.
like paying rent times 2 basically.
Yeah, all to pay some
Yeah, and it's
a
even
minimum
worse
wage
because
worker.
like you don't know how these daycare
Yeah,
workers are treating your kids. Like you don't know, man. Like a lot of parents don't think about it, but the
no,
parents that do, they get stressed out. And I mean, I don't blame them. Like
but they set up the situation where for the moms, like I have to go to work, and now we have we doubled the workforce, and a lot of women are low skilled workers, so that made wages stagnate, and now two people have to work. my parents who were boomers, they could raise their kids on one income, but then
Hey
they
AJ,
set
this is
the
gonna
ball.
sound messed up. Things are getting so messed up that even the bull in these relationships has to move in with them to work to pay the bills. I mean, that's mostly a joke, but I wouldn't be surprised if the future gets like that.
No, that's just the quartering.
Yeah, the quartering, with the slippy slide, he's gonna get Jack Murphy, he's gonna
God,
get Anthony Dream
guys,
Johnson all living in
Yeah.
the
guys,
same
I'm sorry,
house
but that's
to
the
By the way,
show the
what
funniest.
men
happened
what
to the
real
quartering? Like
masculinity
the
Yo,
one
is.
time I took my eyes off him,
that's the funniest
he
thing
just
I've ever.
changed.
Yo, I don't know how it leaked, but it turns out that his favorite seat is in the corner of a hotel. Of a hotel
Oh
room
well,
as
we
his
don't know
wife
how
gets
he
piped
how it
down by a.
leaked, but we know how he leaked on that corner chair.
Mhm.
Ugh.
And now he's been trying to deny it and then striking any channel that mentions it.
Yeah,
So
like
yeah, he's
honestly, this
cooked.
is why, like, like I don't know if you guys like consider yourself conservative or whatever. This is why I
I
like
am. Yeah.
mock like conservatives the most, like even more than liberals,
Yeah.
because like conservatives like the type of like say like nerderotic, the quartering, or any of these more like media related conservatives. Like anytime
Yeah.
there's actually some progression or some sense of victory, they immediately backtrack because like if you look at I mean I don't know how you guys are like investments and stuff. I mean I try not to, but with things like critical drinker, neurotic, every time they have like a minor victory, they start inviting all these like liberal people who used to be their enemies and like oh like show how common sense we are, and then they attack like people who have like a more like radical view, like say Synthetic Man or any other like Chud channel, and then they'll attack
Yeah.
them, and then they lose all credibility until
No,
they're just
critical
seen as the
drinker,
same mainstream. They
drinker.
attack
He doesn't
themselves.
attack people. I've never seen drinker do it once. Nerdrotic gets into it.
No, well, it's more like well, from what I've saw, is that it's like at the like those EFAP things.
Yeah.
He, along with Mahler, were kind of like talking smack about how like Synthetic Man reads too much into things and how
But I
this
guess.
isn't what they want to represent in their so-called movement.
But here's
But
the thing.
overall, to me, like Critical Drinker, he's been having bad take after bad take of
No, but here's
media.
the
So
thing. Here's the thing. Is his heart in the right place? Because this is one thing that we can't
I
do on
personally don't
our
think
side.
the critical
Listen,
dream,
listen,
like
listen,
maybe
listen,
back in the day,
listen,
yes,
listen,
but
listen,
like
listen.
since he's
Guys,
getting paid by
here's the thing.
Shapiro and other
Here's the
people
thing.
now,
Here's the
like
thing, guys. Okay, I don't agree with 100% of what anyone says. Jordan Peterson says some silly stuff, but is his heart in the right place? Yes. People try and tear down Bill Burr now because he says some stuff, but he's been funny for 40 years. I like the guy, right? Like, I don't just disqualify a person on the whim. Is a critical drinker's heart in the right place? I believe so. What he's done as far as making, if any of us could start our own independent like media review and actually have a voice, he was one of the people that created and spearheaded that. And to the point of where, does anyone read Access Media when it comes to the critics and all that? No, because he
no,
made the space. So what I'm saying is, don't let one or two or even like a dozen things he does now detract from his body of work. See, that's what the
like
wokey wokes do. See, this tribalism or this purity testing, we can't do that
I mean,
over
I
here.
agree with like on the principle, but at the same time, it's like the way I see it, maybe it's because I'm younger and I'm still more of the like, attack forward and type of like not so much purity test, but I'm more of like the mentality that like the situation, the like we are politically and as a country, we really you can't really afford to give too many passes because at the end of the day, betrayal comes from anywhere, and like across history, how many of these so-called honorable good guy conservatives will betray their more radical friends or allies just because they started
But
simping
I don't
out and
think it's
like
that deep though. Now where it is with these trad cons. See, I believe that our biggest enemy, especially as men, isn't the feminists. It's not it's these trad cons. Trad
I mean, I
Con,
agree
these
there,
Mac
you know, but
Walshes and all of them. Because here's the
Michael
thing.
knows
Yeah,
Steven. Okay,
because
well,
they want
Steven
to
Crowder,
purity
he's
test
like
us.
gotten back into my good side, but at the
Yeah,
same
but
time, like,
but look what it took. He had to get destroyed. He had to get cooked
yeah,
by his
but
ex-wife.
hey, as Undead Chronic said, you know, like he kept talking smack about how men need to man up and start
Yeah.
marrying women,
What
and
they-
it kind of feels good seeing these men get
Yes.
humbled and brought
What I'm
lows.
saying is that is the person's heart in the right place, and okay. Well, so when it comes to like all the Hollywood media stuff, we can agree that Hollywood and media, especially with all the LDHD TV and all, is completely cooked. Like I don't watch really anything out of Hollywood.
That's why they're trying to ruin anime. That's the reason why they're trying to ruin anime.
The critical
Yeah,
drinker
they're
now.
spearheading to like Devil May Cry was like the first like salvo of like them trying
listen,
to like
I
take
don't
over
see
anime.
what Nerdrotic and Critical Drinker have said that does not equal to Hollywood's trash. Pedro Pascal sucks. That Snow White chick sucks. Like I just don't get like. I'm a movie buff, so like I've been watching films since the 80s. And to me, the fact that the Oscars suck, the Grammys suck, the Emmys suck, everything sucks now. I'm more of a curmudgeon than the Critical Drinker is. I'm just apathetic now about Hollywood.
Wait, wasn't Devil May Cry good? I never played it, so I don't know.
No, the anime. No, I meant the Adi Shankar. He.
Oh,
Like,
you're not
I'm
talking about the video
but-
game on PlayStation?
No, I'm talking about the like terrible anime adaptation.
Oh, okay. No, because the video game, because I was more of like a Dreamcast and Xbox guy, so I never played Devil May Cry. Okay, I thought, never mind. I never seen the anime, so I have no opinion on that. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
But anyone that cooks Hollywood and pisses off these mainstream media things that try and say that video games that are shit are actually good and movies that are shit are actually good and that all these actresses and activists and stuff are actually good, anyone that pisses them off is good in my book, because that's a way for us to have a voice. Because I just don't buy stuff and I don't give stuff my support. I haven't seen a movie in years, right? All the new Marvel stuff,
Star Wars, the Marvel stuff, like
you know what I'm saying?
I mean, this is like, continue. Yes, sorry.
So what I'm saying is like, and this is time when Chris and I first met years ago, we have both talked about how I've never seen Chris personally beef with another YouTuber. I will never beef with another one. Pyro said he won't. And Kevin Samuels, he was on the Lapeef, and they had asked him, like the whole panel goes, Kevin, how do you not beef with anyone when your name's in everyone's mouth? Because it's not worth your time, right? It's like, I look at people and everyone on this panel, I can tell that your heart's in the right place. Let's just say that we all agree on like 95% of stuff, but there's 5% of things we disagree on. I'm not gonna go, oh man, Pete Watkins, he's a whole ass nigga. No, we just disagree, but his heart's in the right place. So, like the Basketball Bros, right? Like we have
we disagree, but we can still like have a dialogue to see like why we disagree.
And I guarantee
it's not like
that
we'll be
both,
like, oh AJ, you know, you're simping out, you know, like where's you be dating? Like I just like started spouting
like, for instance,
nonsense just because
Undead
it'll
Chronic
probably
was
get
on
me views.
On my stream once, and I don't allow a lot of swearing on my stream. And then he decided to exit because he was like, well, I don't want to not be able to not swear. I'm like, that's cool. Like we were totally cool, you know? He disagrees on how I allow language on my stream. Am I gonna? No, we just disagreed on the level of language, and then he kind of did his own thing.
On that dialogue.
Yeah. But he's a cool dude. But what I'm saying is that this is why our side will always win. A couple reasons why. Because I'm 45. I don't try and compete with 20-year-old guys. I want them to do better than me. So this is the only space, because women sure don't do this. Older women try and compete with younger women. We're not trying to compete with younger guys. We want them to do better.
To like pass down knowledge.
Thank you.
Wisdom.
AJ,
see, like boomers, they
exactly.
still try to compete with like 20-year-olds.
Yeah.
and they still try to upstage him and show who's the more alpha.
It's
And then when
crazy.
these
That's
boomers get
cold.
upstaged by
That's
younger
why I
people, they
hated
get
when
all
the
bitter.
Passport Bros did that. Now, again, I'm not saying Austin Holloman isn't a grifter or doesn't have his own flaws or whatever. I don't keep up with him like I used to, so I'm not super whatever. But I'm just saying, just off principle, some of the older dudes getting into the little petty drama, like, oh, I'm more experienced and I traveled the world and I have better receipts. I'm going to post all my receipts to show my women
Yeah.
look better than Austin's girlfriend in South Africa or Austin's girlfriend in the Philippines that was she was a thought and she was passed around and other passport bros had her in their videos and this and that. And I'm like, guys, it sounds funny on paper, but
Yeah, but
that's
it's pretty
only if
pathetic
you're
in
Austin's
practice.
Yeah.
age. Again,
Yeah,
when rappers beef with each other, that's two rappers that are typically of the same age or generation, and they
yeah,
probably smash the same chicks and they
Yeah.
beefing over women
But
or
Cole, here's the
yeah.
money
They
and
thing.
could
this and
like,
that.
Cole,
But
and
again,
like they
no,
have like past
I'm not, no,
history too, because
hold
like
on.
how many of
Just
these
to be
rappers are
clear,
from the
I'm
same
not
hood or
excusing it.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'm just saying it's even worse when the dude instigating that beef is like a 45-year-old
Yeah.
passport bro and he's beefing with Austin Holloman over
like you're not
women
excusing
or
it, but
who
you're
gets.
pointing it that
I'm just saying
it sounds
that come on,
like
bro, you're
slightly
like
less
20
worse if
years
you're
older than
beefing
him.
with somebody your age.
Well, I'm just gonna
Yeah.
say I say this, guys.
No, I'm 37. I don't
I'm
beef
a
with
kid.
25-year-olds over
But
women. It
but
just
you shouldn't
Yeah,
be
it's just
beefing
it's
over
like
people,
it
period.
doesn't make sense.
Yeah, here's the thing,
I
guys,
will.
guys,
It's
guys.
like
Here's the thing. Beefing is what females do. That's the thing
Yeah.
that drives me nuts. These rappers and all these, there's enough room for all of us to eat. You know what I'm saying? And
And by the way,
these
I'm not
rappers
talking
that's beef.
behind his
Yeah,
back. I've
yeah, yeah,
been
yeah,
on Austin Holloman's
yeah.
panel
But
before, like multiple times. I'm not talking ish. Like I'm cool with some passport
yeah,
bros. I'm just giving my honest opinion
well,
on some of their dynamics. But
Cole,
go
I
ahead.
mean,
I'm sorry.
like I will
the
say
Yeah.
other thing,
this, like there's been times where like I'm not beefing, but there's like older men like at other jobs like I've had to work with, like they're like simping for this woman who at the time they were like older than me, at least 3 to 4 years. They were like their early to mid 20s, and they would like give me more attention. I guess because I was like younger, I knew how to talk to them better because youth does give you like a more of a approachable halo. They would like they would like get passive aggressive. They're always trying to like annoy you or like show you up, and like when you give them back that energy, they just kind of like get angry and like, oh, why is this dude not giving me my respect, and my bootstraps.
No,
well,
but AJ, my coworkers in their 20s, I look at them as my little cousins. When they
yeah,
tell
that's
me,
the way to do it.
like, when they tell me they went on a date with a hot chick or they flirt with a client or like one of their client puts them on with their hot daughter or this or that, and they're telling me the story, I see the girl walk in her office and I'm like, damn, she is kind of hot. I look at
Yeah,
them as
you.
my little cousin or my little brother. I'm happy for them. I'm not competing with them because they're in a whole different generation.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
that's
Yeah,
uh,
you're.
that's
yeah.
all I'm saying. Whether it's dudes I'm cool with or not, they're 12 years, 14 years younger than me. I don't care if he's smashing a model. I don't.
Yeah. But
Just
guys,
if
here's the
I had a
thing.
son, I want my son to be taller than me,
But
smarter than me, make more
but
money than me. I want my son to have a better life than me. Like I,
Yeah,
I,
but
I
this
would
is
think
boomers.
guys,
Like
this is
they don't
most
have the
rational
mental.
men would
this
want that for their
yeah.
Yeah,
son.
This
because
is the
like
thing
how
that I
many
don't like
Yeah.
about
boomers would kick
these
out
guys
there?
that are like, oh well, I'm in the red pill or I'm this and that, and I have my supercar and I fly on private jets. You ever notice
Bugatti, the
how the
Bugatti.
majority
Or that's
listen,
the
guys,
Andrew Tate pill,
well,
Yeah, the
here's the
Bugatti.
thing,
Look at
the
my
entrepreneurs,
supercar
Bugatti.
pill.
guys, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, entrepreneurs and cars. I mean, even Rolo does this a bit, right? Like, I don't like that. I do really well in my day job, but I argue from the regular smegular guy, right? Women tend to argue like they're all tens and nines and all this other stuff. So they argue like they're that exceptional chick that somehow is super hot, makes a lot of money or whatever that we don't care about. But if you are truly grounded in the red pill, then you are gonna argue from the everyman because that's what we all are. That's what
but
we
the issue
all
is that
are.
like with these people like Andrew Tate, who like you might disagree with me or agree with me, they do not have the heart in the right place because they came in here with the intention of scamming young men by making them feel validated. Like they push this idea that if you're an average dude still working a minimum wage job, you should just like self delete and leave space for the real alpha gigachads
Yeah, but I think that the best
who
part about
got
that
e.
is though B Watkins is that those guys are on the way out. So him and Fresh and Funky and all them, and now there's a new crop of guys, right? That
Yeah,
are
like
just about
clavicular is like
laughing, having fun. You know what I'm saying? Like
yeah.
that's what the guys I talk to mostly are past the whole like red pill rage part, and we're here to exchange ideas. There's no more pickup artists or selling courses or any of that crap. It's just
Yeah.
spaces like this, like Chris's
Yeah,
space,
because
my
even like I'm
space.
not
We can just
I
talk and
think
have
Fresh
fun.
and Fit peaked a couple years ago. I think they're never going to reach that peak again. I don't
yeah,
think.
because like I will say, like I never liked or got into Timon and Pumbaa or Fed and Fraud as Chronic calls them.
Or yeah, Fresh and
But they
Fat or
definitely
whatever they. Yeah.
but the moment they like broke up and stopped being like like the duel, like they're like always together, it just kind of like I feel like it must have ruined it for a lot of people because at least when it's like two dudes and you
Well,
see them together, there's like a sense of brotherhood, like parasocial brotherhood that you can
guys,
latch on to. But when it turns out these two dudes like having beef or they're not as close as they portray themselves as, it
but
kind
here's
of
the issue.
ruins it.
They were the first one to do that style of kind of what they were doing, right? Like that's why
Yeah,
they
because
got so
Andrew
big.
Tate and his brother
It's because
kind
they
of
were the
copied
first.
it after
Yeah,
from
yeah,
them.
yeah, yeah. And even then, it's crazy that these 304s, they still okay. Do you know who the worst like red pill quote unquote host of a podcast is? Is that goof from the whatever podcast? That one Brian
Oh,
Atlas guy.
Brian
He's the
O'Brien or
worst. He's the
something.
worst. But do you guys know why his podcast got so big? You guys know what he did there different? How old are the girls who usually come on Fresh and Fit? They're
They're
about
a bit older,
21.
aren't they?
They're
They're like
drinking
mid
age at
20s.
least.
Oh,
Yeah,
Drinking age.
yeah, Fresh and Fit. They'll always have some young chicks, but they might always have some middle like
No,
25, 27,
yes,
28.
yeah, they look older. That's
but
like
they
I think.
usually
Yeah.
have drinking age chicks on there.
Yeah,
21,
drink.
20.
Yeah,
That
whatever
Brian guy,
podcast is all young dumb thoughts.
yeah, that
Yeah,
Brian
I
guy,
mean,
he lives in I think Burbank or some woke part of California, and he has these 19-year-olds that are like fresh out of high school or like freshman year of college, and they're real woke and real dumb. You know what I mean?
well,
Like
yeah, and
real
even
dumb, and
dumber
that's
than
what
that.
set
Because at
him
least
apart.
look, I'm not defending these 304s, but at least like from what I've seen from some fresh and fit clips, at least some of like a lot of the times like these 304s would outplay like fresh and fit, like at least make them seem kind of dumb or coming off as too aggressive.
Yeah,
Well,
but
at least at
Fresh does
whatever
that himself.
No,
podcast, most of the time these
Fresh and
chicks are
Fit
so dumb.
have had a wide enough range of women to where, and this is just again, this is just looks are subjective.
Yeah.
Most of their chicks, like the past 2 years, I haven't really liked, but they're early in their peak. That first year, they did have some cute chicks on there that I definitely would date. Well, not like wife, but I'm saying like date, like
Yeah, you would like
quote quote
smash
un- quote un-
basically.
quote unquote date, because we know dating
Yeah,
is
casual dating
Hey
basically.
yeah.
Chris,
Like
I
you
gotta
go
head
to a
out, buddy.
place and then you
All right, guys.
smash.
All right.
All right, AJ,
You
good
see AJ.
great conversation, AJ.
Got you. And we're gonna end
Yeah.
this too because it's about to be 1 o'clock.
Oh
So
shit! Yeah, I didn't even notice
Yeah,
the time.
we up past my bedtime, Chris.
Yeah, I
yeah,
gotta
yeah.
work like at 7 a.m. But I'm still young, so it won't hurt me as much. And I don't do much in my morning job. The afternoon job is just mostly sitting around
Wait,
We know
and
you work?
Chris got to wake up earlier tomorrow because he got a coffee date in the morning with Dr. Cheyenne Bryant.
yeah, yeah, Chris. Like, hey, Chris,
Be
I know
wasking.
you're gonna probably hate me for this, but can you ask this alleged doctor if that's a real hair, or did she doing an Uncle Ruckus mom thing where she just kind of dyes it and burns it on a wig or something like that?
Oh no.
Yeah, that's a recipe to get coffee thrown on you. You
Yeah.
go to any B dub and be like, "What's is that your real hair?"
Is that real? Is that your real hair
Oh
there?
no.
Yeah, that's a
Uh,
good way to get the, like, as Chris said, get coffee thrown at you, some waffle or a plate thrown at you.
yeah. But yeah, anyways, guys, we're gonna wrap it up tonight. Man, thank you guys for tuning in, man. Thank you guys for joining the panel. I'm not sure what my next live stream is gonna be. I'm gonna keep it a buck with you. But just stay
Yeah.
tuned. I'm gonna end this off with Corey
But
Wait,
Holcomb.
Ben,
Chris, does the World Cup start anytime soon, or is that in more in the summer?
It's June, I think 12th.
oh shit,
June
we're like
12th.
2 months
Oh,
away,
okay.
are
So
we? Or
like 3-4 weeks away still.
Literally,
By the
yeah,
way,
literally.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
fellas,
I will
fellas,
say this,
quick
like I'm kind
question.
of I will say this. I'm kind of wondering how the World Cup's gonna play in Mexico. There's like a bunch of controversies, and like I ain't gonna say Mexico is like some magical place, because like, like a lot of Hispanics like to call it like, oh, you know this, but you ask them, then why aren't you there? They just like get mad. I'm like, I am genuinely, because like at one of the stadiums that they were gonna held are gonna hold one of the events. They found like 412 like dead people buried in bags, and I'm like, oh my god. But
Yeah,
anyway,
they're
there's
Yeah.
probably
probably
just
gonna
gonna
be,
But
yeah,
by
there's
the
if
way,
probably gonna be some wild
if
stuff going on. You know, I wouldn't be surprised. Like I'm kind of schizo going through, but I wouldn't surprise that whatever happens at the World Cup, um, the president is gonna be like, oh, we need to intervene like immediately, and then other weird stuff's gonna go on. But yeah, we'll have
fellas,
to wait and see. Hopefully it's a nothing
fellas,
ever happens situation.
fellas.
all right.
Wait, Chris, are you familiar with like high school track or like college track? I was just curious because I know you're cool. You're more in tune with soccer than me because I'm a casual, but I ran like a 25.2 in a 200-meter one time, and my coach was mad because like I'm a cross country runner, so that's not really my main event or whatever. But I was
Yep.
just filling in. I was just filling in during like spring track or whatever. But I was just curious, is that good for like a male high school runner? Is that a good time for the 200-meter? Like
Wait,
25.2 seconds?
for a high school run or a college?
No, for high school.
Honestly, nah. That's not good.
That's
25.
bad. Yeah, that's bad.
I'm not gonna say it's bad. It's just not.
But just okay, no,
It's just
that's
not
cool. No,
varsity
no,
level, let's
Chris,
say.
no,
Yeah.
that makes sense because no, literally, I'm not even because I think I've told this story on my own channel like at least once. My coach was yelling at all the sprinters, like the freshmen and or not sophomore and junior sprinters in that relay because I had the fastest time, and he's like, "Yo, Stefan is the cross country runner. He was just filling in for like one of the four, one of the legs or whatever. This is not really his event. Like I'm running, like the 5,000 meter, the 3,000, the fucking or at least the 400 or the 800. So like I'm like, yeah, the 200 is not really my thing. So he was mad because so he was like shouting at everybody on the bus on the way home. So I was like, damn, is that time really that bad?
Yeah.
Because I didn't know. Because I'm like, yeah, I'm a cross country runner. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like they're like, yeah, Stefan, you did good. Like, 25. That's not that bad. You whatever. You outran some of the sprinters, so we're not going to really be mad at you. But I was like, damn, was it that? Was I that? Yeah, am I that trash of an athlete? Like,
Nah, but they just basically expect like all the 200. Like if you are gonna run the 200, like standard is expected. You just got to run under 20.
yeah. Because
Under
25 for high school, I'm assuming 25, that's more what like the girls run, right? I'm assuming like the super fast girls. They run
yeah,
24, 23 or whatever.
yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
like So like
Or
as
even
an
now, probably I know some of them Jamaican chicks in high school now. They running like 20 and 21 or whatever the fuck. Like they running.
Yeah,
Yeah, those
yeah.
Jamaican
Yeah,
chicks
My
yeah.
be
ladies
be
always run
breaking
fast.
records, bro.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, oh, my bad. Go ahead, Chris. My bad. I didn't mean to. This was a sports black pill conversation, and
Nah,
how
it's all right.
I'm
Look,
genetically
look,
inferior to the other athletes in
to the
my
six five
in my
Chads who run
class.
faster than Flash or Usain Bolt. But
It
no, I
was
was gonna
crazy.
like I don't want to make too long of this. I mean, at the
Yeah,
end of the day,
no.
even if you feel you're genetically inferior, like I mean, if you compare yourself to like most men your age or even men
No, B
younger than you,
Watkins. By the
you're
way,
better
I'm
off than the
being
majority
completely
of men in
kidding. I'm being
America.
completely kidding with that. I'm not just being funny. Like when I was younger, I always thought any sports scholarship or anything I got was a bonus because I already had so many academic scholarships.
Yep.
And any sports or anything I did was a cherry on top. I never looked at it like sports was my life or like
Yeah,
so.
that's gonna be your
I
way out
never took it that
to
serious. I was just
glory and
like,
stuff.
yeah, no,
Yeah, because
yeah,
that's like the issue. Like, I mean, it's not like
yeah.
I mean, I don't want to blame the media completely for this because at the end of the day,
Like B
it's more
Waskins,
like
even when I
being
got cut from the basketball team, even like hood black dudes respected me. They were like, "Yo, Stefan." They like hood dudes were arguing about how good I was. They like, "Yeah, Stefan, yeah, he
you
kind of
still
good.
got
His
it.
handle kind of good." Like the fact that I even tried out for the team got me a lot of respect with.
With
So
the
I
homies,
don't take any of that away. I appreciate that whole experience.
Though I
So
will say
yeah.
say this, like I mean, I'm not trying to put blame on media. It's like so a lot of it is also like parents like they don't ever really kind of put to children, especially when the kids are into sports, just like how difficult it is to get into like pro leagues and what type of height or how what type of genetics you have for this. But it's like how like, like the joke or like the stereotype of the dude that peaked in high school. Like the issues that a lot of these small towns they'll have like this legendary 6'2" like Chad, he can throw, like he's like good at basketball or he's good at especially at football, and he's like the top in the county or whatever. But when he goes to college, he's just like another dime a dozen from like D2 or even D3, it's like he just doesn't have the genetics to be to D1, and like he's like crushed because like he was so used to being the top performer at his own county or school or even local region that he's just not used to having to compete with the massive US recruiting pool that we have. Like, I mean, sure, you might be the best in your county, but like across the state, there's probably like another like 200 other Chads who can just like run better than you, they recover better than you, and they just have even more discipline than you.
all right. But
Yeah.
Pyro, any last any last words?
Yeah. The quick question I was gonna ask you guys. What's so fascinating about like 22 men in short shorts, like running over a big field, like fighting over fighting over
Hey,
balls.
hey, Pyro, as simple as that sounds, it's like I don't know how to explain it. Like I know people get like hate like like talking about the sports ball like meme, which to an extent, yeah, I kind of agree with like what these conservatives talk about it. But at the same time, it's just like sports kind of appeals to like men's like physical or martial prowess just more in sanitized form. It's like how in movies, when the main character he like slices up a couple dudes and bests them in combat. It just like speaks to us on a like a
Well,
spiritual level. Like it's not the same thing, but it's like as close as we
I'm
can.
messing
Or
with you
when these
guys.
I think in the modern day though, a lot of nerds there always was a nerd like part of sports or whatever. Cause people like especially some BP people have this notion that like sports fans are all normies and NPCs. But especially now, there's an influx of super nerdy guys that are into sports. Like whether you're talking the sports betting or just dudes that are into the actual sport, but they're into the analytics,
Yeah,
or
but that's always existed
or
because
even dudes that are into fantasy sports like fantasy football, fantasy basketball. Like it's like these are like the same dudes that y'all be the same dudes that black man or manosphere people in general be like, oh, Stefan, this dude is an engineer, he's a crypto genius, he's an investor, and this he's in a real estate. I'm like, yeah, I know that same dude you're talking about is in my fantasy football league and he's in my group chat. Like, like,
yeah,
like a lot of the smartest dudes that make a lot of money, they all play fantasy football. They all sports bet. We all watch the same. That's why
yeah, like the
when people be talking about, oh, you don't know about rich people, you don't know about this and that. I'm like, yo, the same rich white dudes y'all niggas be putting on a pedestal. I'm like, these same dudes are in my group chats. Like, yo, Stefan, which running back should I play this week? Should I
yeah, it's
play?
like conservatives
Yeah,
can't
I'm like,
fathom
bro,
that
what are
these
y'all
like
talking about? Like,
respectable and rich men can have like more what they consider childish hobbies. Like
yeah,
you know,
certain
they just can't
certain
imagine it.
hobbies, certain hobbies are just an overlap for several groups of men to find common ground in, and
It's like if you told a conservative that,
sports is just one of those mediums, whether it's soccer, whether it's baseball, whether it's hockey, whether it's basketball, American football, golf, or horse racing, or F1 or whatever it is. Like, it's just whether the dude is a genius or average intelligence or whatever, it's just fun betting sports and predicting and
yeah, it's
and
what
and
unites
playing
like
my GM and proving that you are better at putting a team together than your friends. It's
yeah,
just a
it's what
fun hobby.
unites.
It's just
Yes,
that's
like
it. It's
historically, it's what
yeah.
unites men. Because you know, back in the Roman Empire, you'd like have the upper class and lower class all like not bonding per se, but they would like they would
People
bet
act
on
like
like
you're a
a
blue pillar just because
gladiator.
you play fantasy football. I'm like, no, bro. Trust me, I'm a
Like
doomer.
that's
It's just that I like to enjoy my life and I don't want to talk about doomer stuff 24/7.
yeah, that's what
Sometimes
like I try. Like
sometimes
I'm
I want
pretty.
to go to the bar and I want to watch a game and I want to bet on a game. Like, it's
Yeah,
that simple. It's what?
yeah, like that's what I'm saying. I'm like pretty black pilled or doomer, right?
Yeah.
But the issue is that like take example. I don't know if that's what this is like. I think like 2 hours ago, I asked you if you knew like who Zoomer Trader was. You know the guy who like
Oh yeah,
posted
I
those.
used to, yeah, I like Zoomer Trader. He had
But
he
you
had
know
like
how in his
100K
comment
subs at
sections, if
one
you,
point.
yeah, he was like, yeah, before his
Yeah.
channel got deleted. You know how, like, you know how if you like mention you had fun or something, you're like, well, you know, I still try to like go outside and try to improve myself. You'd always have people be like, whoa, bro, or how do you do that? Like, are you sure your ugliness doesn't repulse everyone and have the call of cops called on you? Because like I used to like post like a like comment like a bunch of dumb memes like, well, if you're not 6 feet Chad who looks like a line to lawn, don't even try to go outside because you're gonna get like destroyed by the sun for being so ugly, or the cops are gonna get immediately pull you over. But like, well, there is some truth to what I was saying. At the same time, it was just meant to be like comedic about how like how some black pill people like generally see the world. Like it's off to get them. Which I mean, at the end of the day, sometimes I do, depending on my mood. I sometimes agree with that, but at the same time, it's like, like the best way to
Yeah,
to to, to
that's like
get
how
your
that's how like the autist extremists see it.
yeah, because like I'm
All right.
like in my
All right,
view,
guys,
like the
guys,
best.
we gotta end it. We gotta end it.
Yeah,
We gotta end
Chris, you
Yeah,
gotta
it.
go.
Yeah, we got
yeah,
Yeah.
we
all right, guys.
we
But man, but thank you
Yeah,
guys for just tuning into this one. Let me see here.
we will never speak about sports ever again.
No, no, we're definitely gonna speak about it's
Yeah,
probably gonna
well,
happen again.
Chris, thank you
But,
for
but
having me
yeah, yeah.
in your live stream and your chats. I feel pretty nervous. It's the first time I've ever been on anybody's like live stream like this. apologies for yapping. I think I probably added
Oh
like
no, no,
2 hours
no.
extra on this stream.
That was mostly towards Cope approach because Cope approach is going. I'm like, nah. I'm like Stefan because I know Stefan. I'm like Stefan go on another rant. I was like, nah. We gotta end it. We gotta end it. But yeah,
Now that's facts.
yeah. So but yeah, me and Stefan, we'll talk about the thing about
The thing,
Dr. Brian after. Yeah.
Oh
Dr.
yeah.
Brian.
Afterwards,
So,
yeah.
so we'll talk about that after. But
But
yeah,
hey,
thank you
Chris,
guys.
before you leave, don't forget to say alleged doctor, because these bras will, like, when the cars turns, they start trying to sue people for calling them doctors. They'll be like, "Oh, I never said I was a doctor," and then they try to like sue people for what they were calling themselves just a couple days ago, before the
Yeah.
cards turn on them.
Yeah. The alleged doctor. But yeah, man.
Yeah,
Peace out,
alleged
guys. Man.
doctor.
Yes, brother. See you soon.
Peace, man. Take care. Good night.
Take care, guys.
She thinks she's a man, but she does not have the equipment to be a man.